My mother looked me dead in the eye, tears pooling in her eyes, and told me I had changed into a selfish monster. I just smiled, took a slow sip of my coffee, and replied, "You only say that because you can't treat me like a human ATM anymore." Then I systematically dismantled the secret financial extortion web she had been running on our family for decades, using the exact same tactics I used to catch corporate hackers. I, 35M, work as a senior cybersecurity consultant based out of Chicago. My job isn't exactly like a spy movie. Most of my day involves auditing the network vulnerabilities of mid-sized logistics companies, writing dense security reports that executives pretend to read, and patiently explaining to angry CFOs why their marketing team shouldn't be clicking on random email links promising free iPads. But the career pays extremely well, I set my own hours, and I work entirely from my home office. After my divorce from my ex-wife 2 years ago, the profound quiet of my house has been exactly the kind of sanctuary I desperately needed to rebuild my life. To understand why my life just blew up, I have to explain my family dynamic, because that is the true epicenter of this disaster. My dad passed away suddenly 6 years ago from a massive stroke at age 62. He was a union mechanic, a quiet, hard-working guy who never made a massive fortune but absolutely never owed a single dime to anyone either. He believed in earning your keep. When he died, my mother, Sylvia, 63, immediately became the undisputed center of gravity for the entire family. Sylvia lives in the same sprawling, split-level suburban home in Naperville that she has occupied for over 30 years. She has this incredibly refined, masterful way of presenting herself to the world as this fragile, perpetually overwhelmed widow who just desperately wants her children to get along and love each other. If you met her at the local grocery store or at her weekly book club, you would genuinely believe she was the sweetest, most innocent woman alive. She bakes legendary trays of lasagna for new neighbors. She volunteers at the local animal rescue every single Wednesday morning without fail. She literally tears up watching those cheesy life insurance commercials on television. I love my mother. I really need to make that explicitly clear up front. But I have also spent the last 6 years watching a deeply unsettling behavioral pattern that I just couldn't quite put a name to. It took me way too long to finally figure out exactly what I was looking at. I have 3 siblings, and they each play a very specific role in the family ecosystem. Derek is 39, works as a commercial leasing agent, and is the oldest. He has that loud, backslapping, overly aggressive salesman energy. He's the kind of guy who calls every male bartender boss and always has some ridiculous, half-baked hustle brewing in the background. He has been behind on some sort of financial obligation for as long as I have been alive. Right now, he is drowning in payments for a luxury SUV he absolutely cannot afford. Before that, it was maxed out credit cards from a failed dropshipping business. Before that, it was a ridiculously overpriced jet ski he bought on a manic impulse and had to sell at a devastating loss just 4 months later. Derek isn't an evil guy, he is just completely allergic to living within his actual means. Then there is Chloe, 37. She works as a pediatric nurse, and she is terrifyingly good at presenting herself as the hyper-responsible, put-together sibling. She is the one who organizes all the holiday gatherings, dictates the family group chat, and maintains the shared calendar. But she is also passive-aggressive in a way that belongs in a psychological textbook. If she is upset with you, she will never just come out and say it. Instead, she will start every single sentence with, "I'm not trying to be difficult, but," and then proceed to be the most difficult, infuriating human being on the planet for the next 3 hours. Finally, there is Julian, 30. He works the front desk at a trendy indoor climbing gym, and still lives at home with our mother in his childhood bedroom. Julian is the baby of the family, and he actively weaponizes that status. He is charming, laid back, and completely avoidant of any real-world responsibilities. If there is a difficult conversation happening in the living room, Julian is already grabbing his car keys and sprinting out the back door. He isn't malicious in his intent. He just floats through life fully expecting that someone else, usually mom or one of us, will magically handle the boring logistics of his existence. But here is the deeply bizarre thing about my family that took me years of professional training to finally articulate. Information moves through my family in ways that scientifically should not be possible. I would tell my mom something in strict confidence on a Tuesday afternoon, and by Friday evening, Derek would casually reference it in conversation like it was front-page public knowledge. I would mention a minor frustration to Chloe over text, and my mom would bring it up the very next week, slightly repackaged and disguised, acting as if she had magically arrived at the exact same thought completely independently. It was always just subtle enough that I could never actually pin anyone down. There was always a thick layer of plausible deniability built right into the system. Oh, I think I saw something about that on Instagram, or Derek might have briefly mentioned it. I honestly don't remember, I just had a mother's intuition. I really started noticing the severity of this information leak after my divorce. My ex-wife and I split very amicably. We didn't have any kids, we had simply grown apart over the years, and we handled the separation like rational adults. I kept the details of our financial settlement incredibly private, sharing them only with my mother in a moment of vulnerability. But suddenly, almost overnight, everyone in the family seemed to know highly classified details about my bank accounts. Derek knew roughly the exact dollar amount I had walked away with in liquid cash. Chloe knew that I had successfully managed to keep my entire $401k untouched. Julian even asked me once if it was true that I had cleared over $150,000 from selling my ex-wife's custom jewelry, which wasn't even remotely accurate, but the terrifying fact that he had a specific six-figure number in his head at all was deeply concerning. Still, I let it go. I always let it go. That was the established pattern of my life. Keep the peace, don't rock the boat. Then, about 4 months ago, everything escalated. I had been quietly looking at purchasing some rental properties. The housing market in the greater Chicago area, specifically up near Evanston, had cooled down just enough that the mathematical numbers finally made sense for a long-term investment. I found a fantastic, well-maintained duplex in a highly desirable neighborhood. It had great bones, steady rental demand from university staff, and needed very little cosmetic work. I put in an aggressive cash-heavy offer, got it accepted immediately, and then made the fatal mistake of mentioning it at a Sunday family dinner. I didn't give them any concrete details. I literally just said one single sentence over a plate of my mother's famous lasagna. I'm looking at picking up a rental property up north if the home inspection goes well. That was it. One sentence. But within a single week, my phone absolutely exploded. Derek called me first on Tuesday night. He immediately launched into this incredibly rehearsed, manic pitch about a luxury watch flipping business he wanted to start. He claimed he had been deeply researching the market for months, his exact words, and all he needed was a quick $18,000 capital injection to buy his first batch of inventory and set up a slick website. He delivered this pitch like he was standing in front of the investors on Shark Tank, except his entire comprehensive business plan was literally just a misspelled list on his iPhone Notes app, and his market research consisted of saying, "Rich guys love Rolexes, bro." He didn't outright beg for the money. Instead, he kept aggressively repeating how amazing it would be to keep the wealth inside the family, and how I, specifically, would be the absolute perfect silent partner for this venture. I felt my stomach tighten. I just told him I would think about it and hung up. On Thursday, Chloe texted me. She didn't call, because Chloe prefers having things in writing so she can carefully control the tone. She wanted to know if I would be willing to act as a co-signer on a massive $60,000 home equity line of credit, HELOC. She was looking to pull equity out of her house to fund a completely unnecessary, lavish backyard and pool renovation, but her credit score was apparently in the gutter due to some unfair medical billing issues she refused to elaborate on. "You are literally the only person in this entire family with a pristine credit score," she texted me. It was a statement that was simultaneously flattering but also deeply, profoundly unsettling as a justification to attach my legal name to a massive financial liability. I texted back a non-committal, "I'll have to look at my finances." Then, on Saturday morning, Julian committed the ultimate sin. He showed up at my front door completely unannounced at 9:00 a.m., carrying 2 iced lattes and a bag of expensive bagels. That alone should have been a screaming, flashing red siren. Julian does not willingly wake up before noon on a weekend unless the building is actively on fire. He sat at my kitchen island, devoured an everything bagel, and then casually asked if I had thought about what I was going to do with that new Evanston duplex. Because, if I wasn't going to live in one of the units myself, maybe he could just crash there for a few months while he figured some personal stuff out. No mention of a lease. No mention of rent. Just a temporary, indefinite free ride until he theoretically got back on his feet. 3 siblings. 3 massive, life-altering financial asks. All executed within the exact same week. All perfectly calibrated to the newly acquired information that I was about to close on an investment property and, by implication, had a massive pile of disposable income just sitting around waiting to be claimed. I sat alone in my home office that Saturday afternoon, staring blankly at my large glass whiteboard. The same whiteboard I use for mapping out intricate network vulnerabilities and cyber attack vectors for my corporate clients. I grabbed a dry erase marker and I started drawing lines. Not literally mapping my family, but mentally applying my professional frameworks to my personal life. Because in my line of work, when you see 3 completely separate intrusion attempts hitting your servers in the exact same week, all targeting the exact same high-value asset, you absolutely do not chalk that up to a bizarre coincidence. You immediately start hunting for the command and control server. And I had a very, very good idea exactly where this specific server was located. It was sitting in a split-level ranch in Naperville, and it baked really good lasagna. Update 1. I didn't just snap and confront everyone immediately. For about a week and a half, I just lived in a state of simmering, quiet fury. I would be in the middle of a high-stakes Zoom call with a client, explaining complex firewall configurations, and in the back of my mind, I would just be replaying Julian's unannounced visit with the bagels. I analyzed the heavily rehearsed casualness of his tone. I don't myself repeatedly own Chloe's manipulative text message about my pristine credit score, realizing how that specific compliment was shaped exactly like a crowbar designed to pry open my wallet. But the agonizing problem was that I couldn't actually prove anything. I had a very strong working theory that my mother was the central relay station, the core node through which all family intelligence secretly flowed, but I had zero hard evidence. Every single past conversation I replayed in my head had that brilliant, built-in plausible deniability. Oh, Derek probably just guessed you had money. Chloe just pays close attention to real estate trends. Julian isn't strategic enough to coordinate a multi-pronged attack. And honestly, that last point was undeniably true. Julian couldn't strategize his way out of a paper bag. Which meant someone else was entirely doing the strategizing for him. This is where my decade of experience in the cybersecurity sector became useful in a way my university degree program never advertised. In the intelligence and cybersecurity communities, there is a classic, highly effective technique known as a canary trap. The concept is beautifully simple. If you suspect someone inside your organization is leaking highly sensitive information to the press or competitors, you don't confront them. Instead, you secretly give different, slightly altered versions of the exact same piece of fake information to different suspects. When the leak inevitably surfaces in the real world, you simply check which specific version of the lie was leaked. Then you know with absolute, undeniable certainty exactly who the traitor is. Intelligence agencies like the CIA have used this exact method for decades. It doesn't require complex technology. It just requires immense patience, a stone-cold poker face, and the strict discipline to keep your fabricated stories consistent. I made the surreal decision to run a military-grade canary trap on my own flesh and blood. I needed to invent 3 distinct pieces of fake information, one for each sibling. Each lie had to be entirely believable, highly specific enough that my mother wouldn't be able to resist repeating it, and completely different from the others so there would be absolutely no ambiguity about who leaked what. I spent an entire weekend plotting it out in a secure notebook. I felt completely ridiculous. I was sitting at my kitchen table, drinking black coffee, literally designing a counterintelligence psychological operation against the woman who used to pack my elementary school lunches. But I had been watching this toxic dynamic operate in the shadows for years, and the only way to destroy an invisible system is to force it into the light. Here is exactly what I meticulously planted into the network. For my brother Derek, I went with a massive career move. I invited him out to grab a few beers at a loud downtown sports bar neutral territory. About an hour into the night, after we had loosened up, I leaned in, lowered my voice to a conspiratorial whisper, and told him that I had been secretly approached by a massive tech conglomerate for a highly lucrative contract job overseas. I told him a firm in Tokyo desperately needed a total cybersecurity overhaul, and they were offering such an absurd amount of money that I would basically have to pack up and move to Japan for at least a year, maybe longer. I told him I was seriously considering taking the leap. I explicitly stated that I hadn't told a single other soul yet, and I begged him to keep it strictly between us because I didn't want Mom to start panicking about me moving across the globe. Derek nodded with extreme solemnity, clapped me hard on the shoulder, and swore, "Your secret is safe in the vault, bro." I internally gave that vault about a 40% chance of surviving his drive back to the suburbs. For my sister Chloe, I went straight for the personal drama. I invited her out for a nice Sunday brunch, just the two of us. Halfway through our expensive avocado toast, I nervously confessed that I had been quietly seeing someone new. I told her the woman's name was Elena, that things were getting incredibly serious, and that Elena had a 6-year-old son named Leo from a previous relationship. I told Chloe I was deeply anxious about introducing Elena and her kid to the family because I didn't want Mom to turn it into a massive, judgmental spectacle, especially since my divorce was still a sensitive topic. I practically pleaded with Chloe not to breathe a word of it until I was emotionally ready. Chloe's eyes immediately lit up with that specific, terrifying gleam she gets when she acquires exclusive access to gossip nobody else has. She reached across the table, warmly squeezed my hand, and whispered, "My lips are completely sealed. I am just so incredibly happy for you." I gave her promise a 30% chance of lasting the week. For Julian, I went directly for the financial jugular. This was the most delicate trap because it directly involved the Evanston rental property, the exact asset the entire family was currently circling like vultures. I waited until Julian came over to my house to use my washing machine and play Xbox. While we were staring at the TV screen, I let out a heavy, exhausted, deep-rooted black mold and catastrophic structural termite damage in the foundation. I told him I was seriously considering just eating my initial deposit and walking away from the deal entirely, because the massive repair costs would completely obliterate any potential profit margin for the next decade. I shook my head, looked deeply stressed, and said, "Man, please do not mention this to Mom. She will just start aggressively worrying about my finances, and I haven't officially made my final decision yet." Julian barely even looked away from his video game. "Damn, That really sucks, man. Yeah, I won't say a word. I gave his silence a 0% chance. Then, I just sat back and waited. I really want to explain exactly what that waiting period felt like, because I think people drastically underestimate the psychological toll of this phase. I wasn't sitting in a dark room rubbing my hands together like a cartoon villain. I was just living my normal life, going to the gym, meeting with corporate clients, doing my laundry. But running underneath every single mundane moment was this high-voltage hum of hyper-awareness. It is the exact same adrenaline-laced feeling you get when you finally set a security alert on a compromised network, and you are just silently watching the server dashboard, waiting for the hacker to trip the digital wire. The system pinged much faster than I ever could have anticipated. Exactly 9 days after I planted the traps, I went over to my mom's house for our standard Sunday dinner. It was just me, Sylvia, and Julian. Derek and Chloe had convenient excuses to skip. Mom made her signature chicken parmesan. We were sitting at the kitchen table, a place where I have consumed thousands of meals, when about 20 minutes into the dinner, Sylvia casually wiped her mouth with a napkin and said, "So, Marcus, I heard a little rumor about you possibly doing some international travel for work soon? Somewhere in Asia?" She delivered the line so lightly, so effortlessly casually, like she was asking if I wanted more Parmesan cheese. I kept my facial expression completely deadpan. "Really? Where did you hear that?" Sylvia waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, I honestly don't even remember. Someone must have briefly mentioned it in passing. Is it true? Tokyo sounds so exotic." Ping. That was Derek's canary. 9 days. I just shrugged and told her it was just a wild rumor and nothing was definite. She nodded happily and immediately pivoted to talking about her rose bushes. A week later, on a random Thursday evening, she called me while I was cooking dinner. We spent 10 minutes talking about a cousin's upcoming baby shower. Right before she was about to hang up, her voice dropped into this sugary, intimate register. "Oh, and Marcus, honey. Are you seeing someone special lately? Because if you are, I just want you to know I think that is wonderful. A mother just knows when her son's heart is full." I stopped chopping my vegetables. "Who told you I was seeing someone?" "Nobody told me anything." She laughed, completely unbothered. "I just had a strong feeling. Call it a mother's intuition." Ping. That was Chloe's canary. 15 days. Exactly 6 days after that, making it exactly 3 weeks since I had planted the final trap with Julian, Sylvia called me again. This time, she asked if I could come over that Saturday to help her move some heavy boxes out of the garage. And then, almost as a total afterthought as we were saying goodbye, she sighed heavily and said, "You know, Marcus, if that real estate property you're looking at up north turns out to be a total money pit with hidden damages, maybe it's just a sign from the universe. Not every investment is meant to be." Ping. Julian's canary. 21 days. 3 completely fabricated secrets. 3 different siblings. Every single one of them had been faithfully routed directly back to me through my mother's mouth within a single month. I sat on my living room couch after that final phone call and just stared blankly at the wall. I wasn't shocked. I had hypothesized this exact outcome. But there is a massive, world-shattering difference between secretly suspecting a toxic pattern exists and watching it flawlessly execute in real time exactly the way you mathematically predicted. It was the exact same sickening thrill I get when I run a penetration test on a client's supposedly secure network, and every single critical vulnerability I warned them about is sitting right there, wide open, bleeding data. The system was functioning exactly as it was designed to. My mother's system. But then, the situation escalated in a way I hadn't fully prepared for. 2 days after my mom made the comment about the duplex being a money pit, Chloe called me. She wanted to aggressively follow up about me co-signing her $60,000 loan. I gave her a non-committal answer, and she immediately started doing that terrifying thing she does, building a manipulative case layer by layer, sounding very measured, very reasonable, like a lawyer delivering a closing argument. And then she said the sentence that made my blood run completely cold. "Look, Marcus. Mom and I were talking about it yesterday, and she really thinks that if you're going to have all this massive passive income from the duplex, assuming you actually go through with buying it, the absolute least you could do is use some of your pristine credit to help your own sister out." I let that sentence hang in the dead air for a full 10 seconds. "Mom and you were talking about it?" I asked, my voice dangerously flat. "Well, yeah," Chloe stammered, suddenly sounding incredibly defensive. "She's just worried about all of us, Marcus. She thinks you're pulling away from the family and hoarding your wealth." "And what exactly else did Mom say to you?" Chloe paused. I could practically hear the gears violently grinding in her head as she frantically rewound the conversation, suddenly realizing she had massively overstepped and revealed the man behind the curtain. She just wants us to look out for each other. That's all." I thanked her curtly and hung up the phone. This wasn't just idle suburban gossip. This wasn't just a bored, lonely widow who couldn't keep a secret. My mother was actively, maliciously coordinating. She was systematically gathering highly sensitive intelligence from each of us, processing it, and then using it to directly orchestrate the other's financial attacks. Derek's watch business pitch, Chloe's demand for a co-signer, Julian's scheme to move in rent-free. They weren't three independent, desperate pleas for help. They were a highly coordinated, tactical campaign, and Sylvia was sitting in the war room moving the chess pieces. After Chloe's massive slip-up, I didn't confront anyone. I know that is what a normal person would probably do. Call a massive family meeting, scream, lay out the evidence, and watch the dominoes fall. But I have learned a very harsh lesson from my career in cybersecurity that applies shockingly well to severe family dysfunction. If you aggressively reveal what you know before you fully map out the entire network, the system simply adapts. The malware mutates, people immediately adjust their behavior, the evidence gets gaslit away, and you end up in the exact same position you started in, except now everyone is deeply defensive and you look like a paranoid lunatic. So, I kept acting completely normal. I attended Sunday dinners. I replied to the group text with emojis. I sent the obligatory birthday reminders. I was pleasant, highly responsive, and exactly as present as I had always been. The only thing I fundamentally changed was that I completely stopped feeding any real data into the network. Every single conversation with my mom, Derek, Chloe, or Julian was strictly kept to surface-level garbage. Work is fine. The house is fine. The weather sure is crazy right now. Meanwhile, I needed more intel. I needed to understand the historical depth of this corruption. I decided to take a drive down to rural Indiana to visit my uncle Vance. Vance is my late dad's older brother. He is 66, a retired mechanic who lives on a massive, sprawling plot of land where he spends his days restoring vintage motorcycles in a garage that smells permanently of motor oil and stale beer. He and my dad were incredibly close. He and my mom, however, were always just barely polite to each other. It was the kind of frosty in-law relationship where everyone behaves at Thanksgiving, but nobody is ever making a casual phone call on a random Tuesday. I drove down on a rainy Saturday morning, bringing a premium 6-pack of dark stout and a massive bag of pretzels, which is essentially the mandatory admission fee to enter Vance's workshop. We sat in his dimly lit garage with the massive aluminum door rolled up, watching the rain hammer the concrete driveway. I took a deep breath and I told him absolutely everything I had figured out. I explained the canary trap, the 3 coordinated financial asks, the fake stories, and Chloe's massive slip-up on the phone. Uncle Vance listened to the entire 20-minute story without interrupting a single time, which is how you know Vance is taking a situation deadly seriously. When I finally finished, he took a long, slow pull from his beer bottle, wiped his mouth with the back of his greasy hand, and looked me dead in the eye. "Your dad knew, Marcus." I froze, my bottle hovering halfway to my mouth. "What do you mean? He knew? He knew she did this?" "He told me about it maybe 2 or 3 years before his stroke," Vance said, his voice heavy with old grief. "He said he had finally figured out that Sylvia was running some kind of sick, twisted telephone game with you kids, passing highly sensitive information around, playing you all against each other to keep everyone dependent on her. He called it her switchboard." I sat there in stunned silence, the rain suddenly sounding deafening. Why the hell didn't he stop it? Vance let out a bitter, raspy laugh. "He tried, kid. He tried a couple of times. But every time he brought it up, she would just instantly start sobbing. She'd call him cruel, say she was just a loving mother trying to keep her fractured family together. Your dad was a tough guy, but he wasn't the kind of man who could aggressively push through his wife's tears. So he backed off. He told me he just prayed you kids were smart enough to figure it out on your own eventually." Well, I had eventually arrived. But Vance wasn't finished dropping bombs. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, his expression turning downright grim. "There is something else your dad strongly suspected, but he could never actually prove it. I only got the hard confirmation on it last Thanksgiving from Derek's ex-wife, after she had downed about 4 glasses of cheap wine." I braced myself. "What is it?" Derek's ex-wife let it slip that whenever Derek successfully secured a loan or a financial favor from someone in the family, like that time your dad bailed him out of that jet ski mess, Sylvia fully expected a cut of the money. My stomach violently dropped into my shoes. "A cut? Like a kickback?" Vance nodded grimly. "Not formally. Not with a written contract or even an explicit demand. It was just an unspoken, ironclad understanding. Mom helped magically broker the deal, so Mom gets taken care of for her troubles." His ex-wife said Derek had secretly handed Sylvia $2,000 cash out of a $10,000 emergency loan your dad gave him years ago. And she talked about it like it was completely normal. Like, "Of course you tip the mob boss who set up the deal." I felt physically nauseous. I looked at Vance. "Do you think Chloe and Julian do the same thing?" "I would bet my entire workshop and every bike in it," Vance said flatly. I drove the 3 hours back to Chicago that night with the windows rolled all the way down, the freezing air blasting my face, desperately trying to process the sheer magnitude of what I had just learned. My mother wasn't just a bored suburban gossip who couldn't keep a secret. She wasn't just a controlling matriarch who desperately needed to know everyone's business to feel important. She was running an underground financial brokerage. She systematically collected highly sensitive data, identified financial opportunities, dispatched the appropriate sibling to make the emotional ask, and then quietly took a percentage of whatever cash successfully came through. It was, in the most profoundly disturbing way possible, a highly efficient business model. And the absolute worst part of it all? I genuinely don't think she even sees it that way. In her deeply warped mind, she is just a loving, selfless mother helping her struggling children, and her children are simply showing their financial gratitude in return. Her self-deception is so incredibly complete that she would probably pass an FBI polygraph test. Over the next few weeks, I started noticing the sickening confirmations of this system everywhere. Little historical anomalies I had completely overlooked for years suddenly snapped into horrifying focus. Like how Chloe's massive down payment on her first house, the one she proudly told everyone she had saved up entirely by herself, came partly from a surprise gift from our late grandmother. And how my mom had been the one to broker that specific gift. And how Chloe had then taken my mom on a suspiciously lavish, all-expenses-paid Caribbean cruise just 3 months later. Or how Julian, who makes maybe $16 an hour at a climbing gym, somehow always had crisp cash to take mom out to dinner once a month at a steakhouse that didn't list prices on the menu. None of it was massive cartel money. None of it was technically illegal, but all of it added up to a highly sophisticated system, and the system was entirely designed to keep Sylvia, the absolute center of power, financially lubricated and informationally omniscient. I officially closed on the Evanston duplex at the end of April. The real inspection had been completely fine, not the fake termite story I had fed to Julian. It was a solid, beautiful property, with great tenants already locked into one unit, and the other unit freshly painted and ready to lease. My real estate attorney handled the paperwork cleanly. I didn't tell a single soul in my family the actual details. I just briefly mentioned in the group chat that the sale went through, and I immediately changed the subject. And then, I watched the system rapidly accelerate into overdrive. With the massive asset finally confirmed as mine, the financial asks intensified from polite requests into aggressive demands. Derek's watch business pitch became incredibly urgent. He claimed his supplier had a once-in-a-lifetime batch of Rolexes that wouldn't last the week. Chloe's cosign request became less of a question and more of an entitlement. She literally started saying things like, "When you sign the paperwork next week," instead of, "If you sign." Julian completely stopped asking about moving in and just started talking about it like it was a legally binding agreement. "I figure I'll take the upstairs unit, right? Since it gets better natural light for my plants." And Sylvia orchestrated every single second of it. Every Sunday dinner now included at least one carefully placed, guilt-inducing comment. Derek has been working so incredibly hard on his new business plan, he just needs a tiny push. Chloe deserves a beautiful sanctuary in her backyard after everything she does for this family. Julian just needs a little bit of stability to finally launch his life. "You were his age once, Marcus, remember how hard it was?" She never once explicitly said, "Give them your money." She never directly made the ask herself. She just masterfully created an atmosphere of crushing familial expectation so thick you could practically choke on it. And if I pushed back, even gently, she would immediately deploy that wounded, teary-eyed look and whisper, "I just want my children to help each other survive in this cruel world." Is that really such a terrible crime? They all genuinely thought they were winning. Derek was already shopping for custom business cards online. Chloe had expensive patio stone swatches fanned out across her kitchen counter. Julian had officially told his mom that he would be packing his bags and moving out by the end of the month. The entire machine was humming beautifully, every single gear turning exactly the way Sylvia had designed it. They had absolutely no idea that the singular person they were all banking on had already made his final decision. The answer was a definitive, nuclear no to all of it. The only thing I was still meticulously plotting out was exactly how to deliver that no in a way that would permanently shatter the system. Update 2. I spent an entire week deciding exactly how to execute the takedown. Not because the core decision was difficult. I had known for a month I wasn't giving Derek a dime, I wasn't co-signing Chloe's ridiculous pool loan, and I sure as hell wasn't handing Julian a free luxury apartment. The decision was the easy part. The execution needed to be surgically precise. The fundamental problem with a covert system like my mother's is that it thrives entirely on ambiguity. Nobody ever says exactly what they really mean. Nobody ever makes a direct, honest ask that can be directly and cleanly refused. Everything is heavily implied, subtly suggested, and thickly woven with guilt into casual conversation until you feel like saying no would be an act of profound, unforgivable cruelty rather than a perfectly reasonable financial boundary. The system is intentionally designed so that refusing feels extreme and hysterical. Which meant I needed to make my refusal feel incredibly boring, completely normal, and utterly final. No explosive anger. No dramatic screaming matches. No emotional outbursts that anyone could later spin into a narrative of. Marcus completely lost his mind and blew up at us. It had to be delivered as a cold, calculated business decision. I decided to execute all 3 rejections in a single, brutal weekend. Friday through Sunday. 1 sibling per day. Same calm, deadpan energy. Same brief, logical explanation. No lectures, no dramatic presentations of evidence, no revealing the canary trap just yet. Just a solid, immovable no, delivered with a simple, boring reason attached. Friday evening, I called Derek. "Hey man," I said smoothly. "I've been meaning to follow up on the watch business thing. I really appreciate you thinking of me, but I am absolutely not in a position to invest any capital right now. I've got the new duplex mortgage to focus on, and I need to keep all my cash completely liquid for the foreseeable future. I really hope you find the right investor for it, though." There was a long, stunned silence on the line. "Wait. But I thought you were sitting on a pile of cash from the divorce?" "I'm financially stable," I replied calmly. "I'm just not looking to invest in any high-risk ventures right now." "Bro, it's 18 grand. You just bought an entire freaking building." "I hear you, Derek. But I have to manage my own financial priorities. It's nothing personal." Derek immediately did what Derek always does when cornered. He rapidly cycled through his aggressive sales tactics. He tried the buddy angle, "Come on man, I'm your own flesh and blood." He tried the guilt angle. "Dad would have absolutely helped me get this off the ground." He tried the logic angle, "I swear on my life you will make your money back in 3 months, guaranteed." I just stayed perfectly calm and repeated my exact same answer like a broken robot. Eventually, he snarled, "All right, man. Whatever. Keep your damn money," and slammed the phone down. Saturday afternoon, I physically drove to Chloe's house. I brought her a fancy iced coffee, because I am not a total monster. We sat out on her back porch, looking at the overgrown grass she wanted to turn into a luxury oasis. "Chloe," I said, taking a sip of my drink. "I've thought a lot about the HELOC cosign, and I simply cannot do it. Co-signing a $60,000 mortgage line is a massive, decades-long financial liability, and my accountant strongly advised me against taking on any third-party debt. I really hope you guys find another way to finance the pool." She took it very differently than Derek. She didn't yell. She went straight to the deepest layer of passive aggression. "Your accountant?" she repeated, saying the word like it physically tasted like sour milk. "Since when do you need an accountant's permission to make a simple family decision?" "Since I started making massive financial decisions that could completely tank my credit score for the next 30 years, I replied evenly. "Marcus, I am not asking you to buy me a house. I am literally just asking you to put your name on a piece of paper so I get a better interest rate. It's my name legally attached to your massive debt. If anything goes wrong, if you lose your job, if the economy tanks, it legally becomes my monthly payment. I simply cannot take that level of risk." She slowly set her coffee down on the glass table, her eyes narrowing into slits. "You know, Mom was completely right. You have fundamentally changed into a cold person since Claire left you." I let that vicious insult sit in the air without flinching. Not because it didn't hurt, it stung like hell, but because I immediately recognized it for exactly what it was. The system's automatic immune response. When you push back against the parasite, it pushes back harder. It actively hunts for your most tender, vulnerable emotional spot and presses a thumb directly into it. "I'm really sorry you feel that way," I said, standing up to leave. But the answer is still no. She didn't even stand up to walk me to the door. Sunday was Julian. He came over to my place to watch the football game, as usual. I waited until halftime, partly for timing, partly because I needed the emotional preparation. "Hey Jules," I said casually, tossing him a beer. "I need to give you a quick update on the Evanston duplex. I actually already got a tenant lined up for that second unit. We signed a 1-2-month, ironclad lease on Thursday." He froze, staring at me like I had just spoken to him in fluent Mandarin. You leased it?" "Yeah. Great tenant. Perfect references. They move in on the 1st, but I thought. I was packing my boxes. I thought I was moving in there." "I know you briefly mentioned wanting to crash there," I said, keeping my voice incredibly light. "But I absolutely need the rental income from that second unit to cover the massive commercial mortgage. I literally cannot carry the building's overhead without both units producing market rate revenue." "Marcus, I would pay you rent eventually. I just need a few months to get my feet under me." "I understand that, Julian. But I cannot structure a 30-year commercial mortgage around eventually. The new tenant is paying full market rate starting next week. The deal is already done." Julian didn't get loud or angry. He got incredibly quiet, which for him is actually much worse. He watched the entire third quarter of the game without saying a single word, aggressively eating tortilla chips, and then suddenly stood up to leave early. Right as he opened the front door, he turned back to look at me, his face dark. Mom is going to be absolutely furious about this. I know, I said. The truly fascinating thing about that weekend was how wildly differently each sibling reacted to the rejection, but how utterly identical their final closing move was. Derek invoked our dead father, Chloe invoked our mother, Julian invoked our mother directly as a physical threat. All three of them, the exact second they realized they couldn't emotionally manipulate what they wanted out of me, immediately pointed upward to a higher authority. And all roads led directly back to Sylvia. I didn't have to wait very long for the boss to summon me. Monday morning, my phone rang at exactly 8:15 a.m. It was Mom. I was sitting at my desk, coffee in hand, reviewing a client's server logs. I let it ring 3 times, took a deep breath, and picked up. "Marcus, I need to talk to you immediately," she said. Her voice wasn't sweet. It was sharp and trembling. "Good morning, Mom. What's going on?" Derek called me late last night, completely devastated. Chloe called me this morning in absolute hysterical tears. And Julian texted me that you completely screwed him over and rented out his apartment to a stranger. I actually almost laughed out loud at that specific phrasing. His apartment. He had never paid a single dollar toward it, never signed a piece of paper, never even physically seen the inside of the building. But in Julian's mind and apparently in Sylvia's, it was already rightfully his property. "I made some firm financial decisions this weekend," I said calmly. I told Derek I can't invest in his high-risk watch business. I told Chloe I'm not co-signing a massive loan for a swimming pool, and I leased my own property to a paying tenant so I don't default on my mortgage. "Marcus, those people are your brothers and your sister. I am very aware of who they are, Mom." "Then why on earth are you treating them like they are absolute strangers? Derek just needs a tiny bit of help getting his dream started. Chloe isn't asking for the moon, she just wants a nice home. And Julian looks up to you so much." There it was. She was doing it again. The masterful, gentle pressure. The heavy guilt perfectly wrapped in sugary sweetness. The terrifying implication that saying no to giving them my money meant I was saying no to being a part of the family. "I'm not treating them like strangers," I replied, my voice steady. "I am treating them like grown adults. They asked me for massive financial favors, and I gave them honest, logical answers." There was a long, heavy pause on the line. When Sylvia pauses in a conversation, it means she is rapidly scrolling through her mental toolbox, choosing her next weapon. "I think you need to come over for Sunday dinner this week," she finally said, her voice dropping an octave. "All of us will be there. We need to sit down and talk as a family about our priorities, about what truly matters in this life." And there it was. The royal summons. It wasn't a polite request, it was a direct mandate framed as deep maternal concern. "Come to Sunday dinner. Sit at my table. Let the entire system work on you with all 4 nodes actively attacking at once until you break. I'll be there," I said. Because I was officially done running the simulation. I had gathered all the data I needed. Now, it was finally time to present the catastrophic findings to the board. Sunday dinner was, of course, pot roast. Sylvia always makes a massive, slow-cooked pot roast when she wants the house to feel incredibly warm, deeply unified, and like a sacred place where reasonable people wouldn't dare dream of causing a scene. The rich smell hits you the absolute second you open the front door, and suddenly your brain tricks you into feeling 12 years old again, where everything is perfectly fine. Mom is handling all the problems, and you don't need to worry about the real world. It is a brilliant psychological trick, and for 35 years of my life, it had worked flawlessly on me. Everyone was already there, sitting in the living room, when I arrived. Derek was aggressively pretending to be fascinated by a golf tournament on the TV. Chloe was aggressively chopping carrots in the kitchen with a tight, furious smile. Julian was slouched deep into the couch, furiously scrolling through his phone, refusing to make eye contact with me. The energy in the house was that specific, suffocating kind of tension where absolutely everyone in the room knows exactly what the horrific conversation is going to be about, but nobody wants to be the one to pull the pin on the grenade. We somehow made it through the actual dinner relying entirely on agonizing small talk. We discussed how Chloe's pediatric patients were doing, Derek's recent leasing numbers, and Julian's upcoming rock climbing trip. All of it was delivered in slightly clipped, breathless tones, with everyone making slightly too much eye contact with Sylvia like terrified actors constantly checking with their director between takes to make sure they were hitting their marks. The second the plates were cleared, Sylvia suggested we all move to the living room. "I just want us all to sit down and talk," she said softly, placing a hand on her chest. "As a family, here is the fundamental flaw with family interventions that are orchestrated by the exact person who is actually the root of the problem. They only work if the target doesn't know they are the target." Derek, Chloe, and Julian genuinely believed this was a righteous intervention focused entirely on me, on my newfound selfishness, my emotional distance, and my cruel unwillingness to open my wallet. Sylvia had perfectly set up the battlefield. She had gathered all her loyal troops, but I wasn't walking into an ambush. I was the one bringing the artillery. Derek fired the first shot. "Look, Nate. He started, leaning forward on his knees. I know you've got your own stuff going on, and you went through a tough divorce. But we are family, and Dad always used to say, family helps family when they strike it rich. Dad did say that, I agreed calmly, not taking the bait. Chloe immediately jumped in, her voice shaking with rehearsed emotion. Nobody is asking you to go bankrupt, Marcus. We are literally just asking you to be a part of this family again. You have been so incredibly distant and cold lately. Mom is literally sick with worry about you. I slowly turned my head and looked directly at my mother. She was sitting in my dad's old leather recliner, her hands delicately folded in her lap, wearing that exact, masterful expression she always uses, the brave, trembling, I'm just a mother who loves her children look. Mom, I said, keeping my voice incredibly low and calm. Can I ask you a quick question? Of course you can, sweetheart, she whispered, her eyes shining with fake tears. When I told Derek that I was thinking about moving to Tokyo for a massive corporate contract job, exactly how long did it take for you to hear about it? The entire room physically shifted. Derek instantly stiffened, his eyes darting to me. Sylvia blinked rapidly, her mask slipping for a fraction of a second. Derek instantly stiffened. What? I don't remember. Someone might have just casually mentioned. I cut her off smoothly. And when I told Chloe that I was secretly dating a woman named Elena who had a 6-year-old son named Leo, how exactly did you find out about that? Chloe's mouth dropped open slightly. The color violently drained from her face as she snapped her head to look at Sylvia. And when I told Julian, I continued, my voice echoing in the dead silent room, that the new duplex inspection had revealed catastrophic black mold and termite damage, and that I was going to walk away from the deal. You brought it up exactly 3 weeks later, telling me it was a sign from the universe. Julian had completely stopped scrolling on his phone. He was staring at me in pure shock. None of those things were true, Mom, I said, leaning back into the sofa. I am absolutely not moving to Tokyo. There is no woman named Elena. And the duplex inspection was completely flawless. I deliberately told each of them a completely different, highly specific lie. A secret that I only told them. And every single one of those fake stories came directly back to me through your mouth within a month. The silence in that suburban living room was the absolute loudest, most deafening thing I have ever experienced in my entire life. You could have heard a pin drop on the carpet. Sylvia's expression rapidly cycled through utter confusion, sudden terrifying recognition, and then deep, wounded hurt. Whether the hurt was genuine or performed, I honestly couldn't tell anymore. It was probably a sickening mixture of both. Marcus. She gasped, clutching her chest. I am your mother. People tell me things. I don't keep track of a spreadsheet. You do, though, I replied, my voice dropping to a whisper. You keep incredibly close track. And you don't just passively collect the information. You weaponize it. You specifically told Chloe to ask me about the cosign because you knew I had money. You encouraged Derek to pitch me his watch business the exact second you found out I was buying a duplex. You have been actively coordinating exactly who asks me for what, and exactly when they do it. Derek slowly turned his head to look at Sylvia, his brow furrowed in genuine confusion. Mom. Is that actually true? Did you tell Chloe to ask him? Oh, Derek, don't be ridiculous. Sylvia cried out, her voice pitching up into a hysterical octave. I just want you kids to financially support each other. That is all I have ever wanted. Chloe told me, I said quietly, looking directly at my sister. She explicitly told me on the phone that you two had specifically discussed exactly how to approach me about the cosign. Her exact words were, Mom and I talked about it. And she thinks if you're going to have all this passive income, the least you could do is help your sister. Chloe went completely chalk white. I didn't say it exactly like that. She stammered, shrinking back into her chair. You absolutely did, I said. And honestly, it's fine. I'm not even screaming at you for it. But I need absolutely everyone in this room to understand exactly what is actually happening here. Because I think you have all been living inside this sick system for so long, you can't even see the bars on the cage anymore. I talked uninterrupted for the next 10 minutes. I never once raised my voice. I didn't scream, I didn't cry, and I didn't accuse anyone of being pure evil. I simply explained, as clinically and clearly as I would explain a massive data breach to a board of directors, exactly what I had observed. I laid out the information routing, the highly coordinated financial asks, and the timing that was mathematically way too precise to ever be considered a coincidence. I deliberately didn't mention the kickbacks. I didn't bring up Uncle Vance, or what Derek's ex-wife had confessed about Sylvia taking a $2,000 cut. As tempting as it was to drop that nuke, that felt like a grenade the room simply didn't need yet. Exposing the information network was devastating enough. When I finally finished speaking, Sylvia was crying quietly the exact way she always does. Not loud, ugly sobbing, but just perfect. tragic tears streaming down her cheeks while she looked at me like I had just taken a hammer to something sacred. I simply cannot believe my own flesh and blood would set cruel, malicious traps for me, she sobbed, burying her face in a tissue. I am your mother. Everything I have ever done, I did for this family. I genuinely believe that you think that, I said softly. But what you are doing isn't holding this family together. It is actively ensuring that nobody in this family can ever function or succeed without going through you first. And I am officially resigning from the network. I will not participate in it anymore. Derek stood up, running a hand aggressively through his hair. So, what? You're just leaving? You're cutting your own family off because you're paranoid? No, I said, standing up to face him. I am setting a permanent boundary. I will still come to Thanksgiving. I will still call on birthdays, but I am absolutely never going to share a single detail of my financial information with any of you ever again. And I am never going to fund decisions that other people have secretly made about my money. Derek let out a disgustingly bitter laugh, turned around, and walked straight into the kitchen. I heard the aggressive hiss of a beer can opening. Chloe just sat there with her arms tightly crossed over her chest, staring a hole into the carpet, completely paralyzed. Julian still hadn't uttered a single word the entire night. Sylvia tried one final, desperate maneuver. She leaned forward, her eyes flashing with a sudden, dark intensity, and hissed, "Your father would be absolutely heartbroken to see what you are doing to us right now." I had been waiting for that exact card to be played. I looked down at her and delivered the final blow. I drove down to Indiana and talked to Uncle Vance last week. Dad absolutely knew what you were doing. He explicitly called it your switchboard. He tried to talk to you about it years ago to get you to stop. And you just cried and manipulated him then, too. That was the one that finally landed. Sylvia's meticulously crafted expression didn't just crack it completely, utterly collapsed. The color drained from her face, leaving her looking hollow, not because she had finally been caught by me, but because she realized she had been caught years ago by a man who was now dead, and she couldn't use her tears to renegotiate with a ghost. I turned around and walked out of the house about 10 minutes later. Not a single person got up to walk me to the front door. I sat in my car in the driveway for a few minutes, the engine quietly idling, staring at the front window of my childhood home. I didn't feel victorious. I didn't feel like a badass hacker. I just felt incredibly, deeply tired, but for the first time in my entire life, my mind felt perfectly clear. That explosive dinner was exactly 3 months ago. The fallout was spectacular. Derek and Chloe had a massive, relationship-ending falling out about 6 weeks after that dinner. Without my bank account serving as the common, unified target, the system desperately needed a new source of revenue to survive, and they each immediately decided the other should be the sacrificial lamb. Derek aggressively asked Chloe for a loan. Chloe immediately called Sylvia and demanded to know why Derek was suddenly prying into her personal finances. For the absolute first time in their lives, the toxic information pipeline violently turned back on itself, and they finally got to experience exactly what it felt like to be on the receiving end of the crosshairs. They currently aren't speaking to each other. Julian actually moved out of Mom's house in late June. Once it became painfully clear that my duplex wasn't going to be his free ride, Sylvia suddenly started demanding that he pay her monthly rent to live in his childhood bedroom. The hypocrisy was astounding. Forced into a corner, he finally moved into a cramped apartment with 2 roommates closer to his climbing gym. Honestly, he actually seems a lot better for it. He's working more hours and complaining less. Chloe and I barely speak. She still sends the occasional passive-aggressive group text about holiday logistics or birthday reminders, and I just respond with polite, boring emojis. The passive aggression is still definitely there. But it is amazing how it completely loses its power to hurt you when you are no longer trapped inside the system. She never did find some idiot to co-sign her massive loan. I heard through the grapevine she is literally saving up for her pool renovation the old-fashioned way by actually budgeting her salary. Derek ended up starting his watch business anyway, but on a massively scaled-down level. He used his own meager savings to buy 2 watches, flipped them, and is slowly grinding it out. It's small, it's rough, and he complains about it constantly, but it is entirely his own creation. Honestly, I respect him for it way more than I ever expected to. Sylvia and I talk on the phone maybe twice a month for 5 minutes. The conversations are incredibly polite, painfully shallow, and they hurt my soul in a way I can't fully articulate. She has absolutely never acknowledged what I exposed at that dinner. In her twisted, rewritten version of reality, I am simply the traumatized, paranoid son who tragically turned his back on his loving family because my divorce made me crazy and selfish. I have finally accepted that her version of events is never, ever going to match reality, and that desperately needing her to validate my truth is just another dangerous form of staying trapped inside her system. Uncle Vance and I grab dinner about once a month now. We sit in his messy workshop, eat greasy pizza, drink heavy stouts, and tell stories about my dad. He told me recently that my father would have been incredibly proud of exactly how I handled the situation. Not just because you were right, Vance told me, wiping grease off a wrench, but because you stayed dead calm. Your dad always used to say that the loudest person in the room is usually the weakest. You were the quietest guy in that living room, and you were the absolute only one who held all the cards. The Evanston duplex is doing incredibly well. Both units are fully leased to great tenants, the cash flow is positive, and there has been zero drama. It is the most boring, predictable investment I have ever made in my life, and I absolutely love it. I will still go to Christmas this year. I will still send everyone nice birthday cards. I will still pick up the phone when mom calls to complain about her garden. But I absolutely do not feed the switchboard anymore. I refuse to share a single piece of information about my life that I am not fully prepared to see redistributed, repackaged, and weaponized against me. And now, whenever someone in my family inevitably tries to ask me for money, I just look them dead in the eye and say no with the exact same calm, boring tone I would use to decline a second helping of pot roast. No screaming, no drama, no paralyzing guilt. Just a massive, reinforced steel boundary held perfectly steady in a family that never once taught me how to build one. I just had to learn how to code that firewall entirely on my own.
Mother claimed she raised us after the divorce, but I was the child who cooked, cleaned, and parentified myself. At my shower, I exposed her lies. I'll keep this simple, with no fancy breaks or pretty headings, because I wanted to read postings like the ones I see here, where people lay out facts and seek judgment or advice. My parents divorced when I was 6 years old. And the way time was divided after that set the tone for all that came after. My father managed finances, school papers, pickups and drop-offs, and maintained consistent routines. I spent a lot of time with him doing things like schoolwork, sports practice, grocery shopping, laundry, and cooking, eating and cleaning meals without giving speeches. My mother stated that the divorce had broken her because my father had an affair and that she required space and time for herself and her friends. She refused to sit at home alone and stated that she deserved a life. When I stayed with her, she would leave in the evening, and I would keep an eye on my 4-year-old brother. I would go over a list of everything he required for the next day, move laundry from the machine to the dryer, lay out clothes, prepare food and check his and my backpacks. By the time I was 14, I didn't need to be ordered to do anything because no one else in the apartment was going to go through the checklist. My brother was 10 and required rides, papers, signatures, lunches, clean clothes, and someone to ensure he slept at night. Our mother would text from the bars, saying she'd be back soon, then send another text, and then nothing. I learnt not to wait for her because getting up meant starting the next day with no sleep, then taking an exam or going to practice and attempting to concentrate when my head felt like it was filled with static. So I set alarms, established routines, watched the gate, and jotted down bus numbers, phone numbers, due dates, locker combinations, and notes about when the field trip money needed to be turned in, and when the clinic in town was open for Wayland's. My father did not disparage our mother, nor did he engage me in his thoughts about what she was doing. I didn't tell him much about nights at her apartment, since I knew if he tried to take action in court, the timetable might not alter, and we'd have to keep performing those exchanges while they argued. I didn't want to be in the thick of a new conflict. He paid the support, showed up, and inquired if everything was good. I answered we were because that answer kept the peace and allowed me to maintain control of the plan I had devised. If people ask me where other adults in our family were during those years, I can tell them they were present but unable to change the situation because the custody order stated what it stated. My mother told them she had it handled, and I was the one handling things, and no one wanted to pull the thread that might unravel the small stability that my plan created. I kept track of food and money by watching pricing, reading shop flyers, and purchasing what I could prepare quickly, and had enough fuel to get us through practice and homework the following day. I learned how to prepare fast foods so that they felt like a meal. And I realized that if I left a pan of rice in the fridge, I could make something presentable when I returned home from a late activity without having to start from scratch. None of this seemed heroic to me, and I don't write anything to sound like I'm searching for compliments. This is exactly what happened, and what I had to do to keep us from having constant emergencies. I missed activities and social gatherings with friends because if I left my brother alone at night, he would be alone. And I understood what it was like to sit in a quiet location and count the minutes. I wouldn't make him do more than he already did. When the topic of moving away for college arose at the conclusion of high school, I told them that I couldn't leave because my brother still required someone to do the work on a daily basis. My father asked if he could seek for more time, and I told him he could try, but I didn't want court battles that might not impact the outcome. We decided that I would take community classes, work nearby, and keep things stable until my brother was back on his feet. I did that, and when he was older, had a license, and spent most nights at our father's house, I moved into a modest apartment with a roommate and began to focus on my own life. I carried habits from those years, But I also began to breathe a little easier since I wasn't watching the door for our mother or calculating how much money we had left for dinners and school supplies until the next support transfer. Let's fast forward to now. I'm pregnant, and my partner and I organized a baby shower for both sides of my family. I figured we could get through a brief event without revisiting the past, because the focus would be on the baby, diapers, bottles, and gear, as well as who would handle food that day. I made it plain to the buddy who hosted that we did not want speeches, toasts, or activities that required a microphone. We set a small time frame, and everyone were fine for the majority of the event. My parents were in the same room without speaking, which was good because the goal wasn't to reconcile them, but to get through the occasion without incident. Near the end, my mother joined a group and began telling a story about raising 2 children on her alone and how difficult it was after my father cheated and abandoned her. She repeated it in a clear voice, looked around at everyone, and kept going. My father was within earshot but did not say anything. I watched people listen and nod, and I knew that if I remained silent, I would be co-signing a narrative of my life that excludes many nights, a lot of work, and a great deal of support from my father. The math in my thoughts was quick and straightforward. I either interrupt and state unequivocally that the story is incorrect, or I let it sit and then correct versions of it in smaller rooms for years. I chose the first choice and said clearly that I raised myself and my brother during her time, and that my father did not forsake us, paying support and showing up. I said, if people want to know who cooked, signed forms, handled pickups, called the bus line, sat in clinics, met teachers, and made sure there was food, they can talk to me. I said I would not let my child grow up believing a story that gives credit to someone who did not do the work. My mother told me I was ungrateful and that I was embarrassing her. She left the gathering with her friends and didn't talk with me for 2 weeks. She wrote me a message the day after the shower, saying I had crossed a boundary and that she would not speak to me until I apologized. I did not respond to that message because an apology for stating the truth would put me back, and I wanted to focus my attention on the delivery and setting up support that would function during those initial weeks. I prepared a visit schedule and informed both parties that visits might be abbreviated by arrangement, that we would not host drop-ins, and that no photos of the infant would be posted without our permission. My father said he understood and asked if we needed anything else. My mother responded with nothing but quiet. About a week before my due date, my mother requested that we meet near her home. She explained that she had thought about the shower and could see how her remarks were incorrect. She claimed that she left us unsupervised on many nights and used bars and friends to deal with the divorce and affair. She stated that she was depressed, felt empty, and shut down, and that hanging out with pals at bars saved her from sitting alone. She stated that she should have sought therapy but did not due to cost and fear of being judged. She asked for the opportunity to be a present grandmother and create trust. I told her that while I accept her awareness of conduct, I will not rewrite history, and that if she wants a position, it will be established on tiny, consistent behaviors over time. I told her I would not be her therapist or health manager, and that if she felt she needed help she should seek it from specialists. I established clear guidelines for visits and stated that if she broke them, we would pause. She claimed she understood and cried, and I didn't rush to make her feel better because I'm no longer doing that job. My father dropped over with a bag of goods and asked if I wanted to discuss what had happened. I informed him about the cafe chat, and he said he felt ashamed in the shower because he knew his affair set off the chain of events that led to the divorce. He apologized for not pushing harder long ago when he thought that things were not stable at my mother's house. He expressed concern that a legal fight would fail, causing us to lose time with him and even destroying our lives. We sat down, and I told him that I don't want to revisit prior decisions every time something happens, and that I need him to focus on what we need right now. He stated he would and requested me to notify him if he begins to overfunction, or push too hard out of guilt. I appreciated it since it pointed to a pattern I don't want to repeat in which emotions drive behaviors that result in additional work for me. The baby shower prompted inquiries from family members who had heard 2 distinct accounts of the past over the years. I informed them that I'm not attempting to punish my mother, absolve my father, or rank them. I'm interested in creating a baseline for my child based on actual behavior that will keep our family free of disruption and blame stories. I informed them that I am open to individuals who show up but close to those who do not. And I added that if somebody attempts to force me into a reconciliation arc to make themselves feel better, they should stop because I am not doing that work for others. So I provided an update. People messaged me to ask what occurred shortly after the shower, if my brother reached out, and if there was any fallout. My brother called me 2 days after the incident and said he froze when our mother was speaking and wished he had stepped in with a brief message of support to end the conversation right there. He said he emailed her that night that he agreed with me, that he remembered many evenings when I was in charge, and that he would not sit through future speeches that allocate credit in a way that ignores the work I accomplished. He requested me to provide him a list of the postpartum boundaries I established so that he could reinforce them if anyone tried to push over them while I was fatigued or unavailable. I provided him the timetable, as well as the guidelines regarding brief visits, consent for photos, and no posts. And he said he would support me in any room. In terms of consequences, cousins asked my mother if she wanted to explain her side, and she said she was tired of dealing with ungrateful children. One cousin sent me a long note about how my mother's divorce had left her with fewer finances and that going to bars for social support was typical. I stated that while social support is not a problem, leaving children alone night after night is, and that I will not address that anymore. My father did not contact my mother or ask me to communicate with her on his behalf. He limited his comments to practical advice and let the social aspect fall where it would. I believe this helped to avoid me from being forced into the go-between role, which I do not want to continue in this next stage of my life. In the week following the shower, I finalized our plans for the birth and the first 2 weeks at home. My husband and I devised a simple system that included meal drop-offs on specific days and quiet days with no visits, as well as a list of duties that people might perform if they asked how to help. We put it all down since word of mouth spreads quickly, and when people are in the room, they frequently default to holding the baby and chatting when what we really need is dishes, laundry, garbage, and someone to pick up a card or a prescription. We communicated the plan to both parties and adhered to it. People who followed the plan were invited back, while those who did not received fewer windows. It was not a punishment, it was a means to keep a tiny unit safe throughout a difficult stage. After the meeting, my mother sent texts stating that she would respect the rules I established, including not bringing friends, making speeches, or sharing images. I asked her to affirm that she would arrive and depart on time, and that she would inquire before taking up the infant. She said yes. I avoided lengthy discussions since they frequently devolve into old grudges that consume hours and yield nothing useful. I wanted to preserve every interaction with her related to specific activities that I could consider later. Then the birth occurred. Labor proceeded as predicted, with the typical range of discomfort, decisions, monitoring, and checks. We kept the hospital room quiet and did not accept drop-in visitors. My father arrived during visiting hours, sat and held the baby, asked if I needed anything specific, and then went to my house to get some things in order. My mother arrived the next day during her assigned window, bringing a little bag of diapers and wipes, as well as a brief message in which she expressed her desire to do better in the future. She asked to hold the baby, and I said yes. She sat and held the baby, not talking about the past, the shower, or my father, and did not take out her phone without asking. After 20 minutes, she returned the baby and said she'd leave so I could rest. This was the first time in many years that I didn't feel like I was attempting to control her attitude or guide the room around her needs. We went home and began our schedule. People arrived and left at predetermined times and completed particular chores. We kept a log on the fridge where we recorded feeding times, diaper counts, medications, and tasks. This was useful because when someone asked how we could help, we could refer to the list rather than thinking up tasks on the fly while carrying a wailing baby. My mother arrived to our house during her allotted hours and inquired what she could do. I told her to fold the laundry, wash the bottles and wipe the surfaces, which she did. She did not modify our routines, give unsolicited advice, or attempt to take over the infant. She set a timer on her phone and departed as soon as it went off. I documented each good visit because I want to evaluate based on data, not hope. Update 2. Another update because folks asked if I would go to therapy with my mother, push her into treatment, or help manage her health. I informed my mother that if she wanted to pursue treatment, I would provide her the names of therapists and a link to an intake portal. That was the extent of my engagement. I provided her a short list that matched her insurance and asked her to let me know if she had scheduled anything. And she could keep it private if she wanted to. She texted around 2 weeks later that she had completed an intake and attended her first session, and that it was difficult to sit with comments on her patterns. She stated that the therapist asked her to describe how she coped after the divorce and how it affected us, and she could see that she told herself a story in which she regarded herself as the key source of our survival, even if the facts did not support that. I told her I heard her and will watch what she did next. I also established a guideline regarding childcare. For the time being, only my father, brother, and 2 close friends can handle the infant on their own. My mother is welcome to pay me visits and assist with tasks when I am present. If she maintains consistency for several months, we can return. She acknowledged her understanding and asked if she might take the stroller for a short walk with me present. I agreed to a loop around the block while we were together, which we did, and it was fine. She didn't press for more, which I appreciated because it would have set us back. Money came up since my mother volunteered to help. I suggested she put up a little monthly transfer into the account we made for the baby's future. I asked her not to acquire goods without coordination because space and procedures are more important than random items. She agreed and scheduled a transfer, bringing consumables rather than huge stuff. During visits, she sometimes reads from a book while I rest, which is more useful than elaborate gestures. I prefer assistance that fits within our plan. Regarding my father, I informed him openly that I did not want him to grade my mother on a curve because of his guilt over the affair. I instructed him not to overemphasize fundamental obedience or to talk about her improvement in a way that puts pressure on me to respond with thanks. He stated that he understands and keeps his comments focused on tasks. He also stays away from any communication with her so that I am not triangulated. He focuses on running errands, taking rides, and making minor repairs around our house that are important on a daily basis. When he does something, he records it on the board and then moves on. This keeps our relationships tidy and effective. Questions arose regarding whether I should maintain relationships with extended family members who hold strong beliefs about what transpired. And some of them advised me to forgive quickly because life is short. I informed them that I am not conducting a forgiveness contest and will not be ticking down the days until a deadline. I am managing a household with a newborn and attempting to establish a sane rhythm. Anyone who assists is welcome during this season, but anyone who causes friction is not. I am explicit in text and in person, and I do not fight after I have laid out the rules. People adjust or cease coming. I'm fine with both results. Update 3 is the third update, because a test of the new regulations arose during a naming ceremony at my partner's family home, where both of my parents were invited for a brief while. My partner's family wanted a small gathering where a few relatives may sit for a while and provide words of encouragement before sharing a meal and heading home. We communicated the same regulations and timeframes for visits and stated up front that there would be no speeches from my parents or toast to the past. My mother asked if she might offer a blessing for a minute, and I told her that we don't do open mics and that she should save any words for her own time. On the day of the occasion, she arrived on time and sat in the back, helping plate food rather than attempting to join groups with my in-laws to retell history. My father arrived on time and sat beside my brother, staying in his lane as well. Halfway through the celebration, one of my partner's family members complimented both of my parents for raising me. I felt a slight push from the audience toward a familiar arc in which people stare at the elderly and wait for a response. My mother began to speak and I looked at her and shook my head once, saying, "We are keeping this focused on the baby." She paused and sat back down. My father remained quiet. The event has moved on. This may seem insignificant, but for us it was a moment when an old pattern could have seized the wheel but did not. Another test came a week later, when my mother arrived 15 minutes late for a scheduled appointment and then requested to stay until the end time to make up her minutes. I said no, because the end time is important for naps, feedings, and sanity. She said that traffic was the reason and requested me to be accommodating. I mentioned that life has traffic, and the rule is based on start and end periods. If she wants extra time, she can demonstrate that she can meet start times over numerous visits, and we can then consider minor adjustments. She departed on time and didn't push. That was also a data point I noted, because follow-through is more important than promising to do better next time. People have inquired if I intend to rebuild a closer relationship with my mother beyond these scheduled meetings. I'm not making any guarantees regarding that because I no longer base my relationships on hope. I run them based on their conduct over time. I will add that I have witnessed tiny steps. She has kept her hands busy with household activities without seeking praise. She has not expressed a desire to upload images. She hasn't repeated the shower story. She's started therapy. She's avoided disputes with my father. These are the steps. I can notice them while maintaining my limits. My brother has taken on the position of uncle in a way that indicates he is ready to put his parentified role behind. He comes by on weekends and runs the errands I assign. He cooks a pot of food, organizes containers, and labels them, saving us time for days. He holds the infant and follows instructions, and he instructs me to sleep while he does the dishes and cleans the space. I told him that seeing him in this role without the previous weight on his shoulders is something I'll never forget. He stated he feels the same way and is delighted we can have a family moment without carrying someone else's obligations. Readers have asked if I will ever accept my mother's apology as adequate. My response is that apologies don't mean anything to me until they are followed up on over time. I'm not tallying points, but I am tracking behavior because I've discovered that without tracking, I end myself in a cloud of emotions. And this brings me back to performing labor for others. I'm not doing that anymore. And I will not raise my child in that fog. I'll maintain our home on a predictable path, and everybody who wants in will fit in. Now, because this is Reddit and people ask for judgment, I'll pose a question. I don't require a label of right or wrong, but I could appreciate feedback on a number of upcoming decisions. One is whether to allow my mother a brief solo outing with the stroller in the coming weeks if she continues to arrive on time and follow instructions. I'm leaning toward waiting longer since once she leaves the apartment with the baby, I have no control over what she says to anyone she meets or whether she attempts to take a photo and pass it around. I can specify restrictions, but outside the apartment they are more difficult to enforce. I'd rather add extra in apartment hours before we grow. Another dilemma is if I should invite both of my parents to the same future kid occasions, such as birthdays or school activities, or alternate. My tendency is to alternate for a while, because shared activities invite speeches, narratives, and sideways comments, which I prefer to avoid during the early years. Update 4. 2 months passed, and my mother maintained her therapy schedule based on what she decided to communicate, and she arrived at the majority of her appointments on time. She missed 2 and gave notice on 1, but not the other. I did not reschedule the missed appointment without notice and pushed the following window by a week as a logical consequence, because my time is not an open slot that others can fill or drop as they choose. She accepted it without protest, and on subsequent visits, she arrived early and waited in her car until the start time, which I saw as evidence that she understood the rules. Inside the flat, she continued to assign duties and avoided baby management until I specifically requested it. She tried to adjust the swaddling once, and I told her to stop so she did not try again. One event threw a knot in the plan, and it was the first time I had to make a hard stop. At a family dinner outside of our home, my mother began telling the person sitting next to her that she did what she needed to do to survive after the divorce, and that people do not realize the cost of betrayal. I heard something from across the room and stood up, walked over, and told them that this topic was off bounds and that if it continued, we would leave. She claimed she was simply making conversation. I stated that this discourse breaches the rule that history should not be told in public areas. I took my partner and the baby and we departed after saying our goodbyes to the host. I emailed my mother later that visits had been suspended for 2 weeks and that one more incident like that would put her back at 0. The next day, she apologized and promised not to do it again. When the pause ended, she proceeded to the next window and followed the guidelines. My father adhered to the plan without incident. He has not used my mother's actions to make a judgment about who is better or worse. He has not requested greater access than we can provide within this time frame. He has not attempted to make atonement in years past with extravagant gestures that result in more effort. He keeps it steady, which is exactly what I need from him. He once began to express regret over the affair during a visit when I was feeding the baby. I told him I didn't have the time to tackle that matter and that we could talk about it later if he needed to. He replied, "No problem," and began washing bottles. That was the end of it. I've had to remind a few relatives to stop asking me to appear in the same photo as both of my parents. I don't do that. I take separate images and do not post them, nor do I allow others to. When people request a good family photo for memories, I tell them that my priority is my child's schedule, not their photo album. I don't apologize. I state it honestly and move on. The fewer words I use, the better, because arguments expand in empty space. My mom used a stolen key to let my brother's wife into my house. Now my family thinks they can sell it without me knowing. Until I fight back. My name is Clara, and 6 months ago, I did something my family would never expect. I purchased a house. Not just any home. A stunning 3-bedroom craftsman in the center of Riverside Heights, replete with a wraparound porch, original hardwood flooring, and a magazine-worthy kitchen. I've been dreaming about this place since I was 12 years old, when I drew floor layouts in my notebooks during math class. But, here's the deal. I did not tell anyone. Not my parents, my brother Ethan, or even my best friend Nora. The house was my secret, my retreat, and my opportunity to finally have something truly mine. Growing up as the middle child in the Hartford family, I was accustomed to being forgotten. My older brother, Ethan, was the golden boy, a high school star quarterback with a business degree from Northwestern, married to his college sweetheart Lila, and now runs Dad's construction company. Then there was my younger sister Megan, the artsy one who is currently doing her MFA in Chicago on my parents' cash. And I was just Clara, the practical one who worked 2 jobs during community college, saved every penny, and never asked for anything. While Ethan received a down payment gift for his first home and Megan received tuition money, I received lectures on how to be more financially responsible. So, when I finally got enough money for a down payment after 5 years of working as a dental hygienist and running a small photography company on weekends, I decided to demonstrate my responsibility. I discovered the right house, got pre-approved for a mortgage, and made an offer without telling anyone. Mrs. Whitmore, the seller, was going to Florida to be closer to her grandkids. She was delighted that a young woman was buying her family house, where she had raised her own children. During the walkthrough, she told me memories about backyard birthday parties, Christmas mornings by the fireplace, and how the kitchen window provided an excellent view of neighborhood children walking to school. "This house needs a family again," she added as she pressed the keys into my palm on the final day. "It's been waiting for the right person." I spent 3 months quietly furnishing it, piece by piece. I drove there after work, sometimes just to sit on the porch swing and watch the sun turn the sky orange and pink. I put tulip bulbs in the front flower bed and strung lights in the rear. I even got a rescue cat, a ginger tabby named Pumpkin, who seemed to grasp how important our little secret was. The plan was straightforward. I'd live there quietly for a few months, settle in, and then surprise my family with the big revelation during Christmas dinner. I'd gently mention my new location and watch their reactions as they learned their irresponsible daughter had purchased a home on her own. But life has a strange way of derailing even the best laid intentions. On a Tuesday morning in late October, everything began to disintegrate. I was at work cleaning Mrs. Dorsey's teeth and listening to her gripe about her son-in-law's eating habits when my phone alerted me to a notification from my security camera app. Yes, I had installed security cameras. Sue me. I am a single lady living alone, and after watching too many true crime films, I was not taking any chances. The cameras were discreetly placed to monitor the front door, back door, and driveway. I rarely checked them during work hours, but something compelled me to glance at my phone in between patients. My blood turned into cold water. My mother shone out like a beacon on my front porch. And she wasn't alone. She was accompanied by Lila, Ethan's wife, and someone I didn't recognize, a blonde woman dressed in an expensive-looking coat. Mom was fumbling with something in her purse. Then she took out a key to my home. I stared in horror as my mother opened my front door and motioned for the other women to join her inside. The timestamp indicated that they had been there for 7 minutes already. "Mrs. Dorsey, I'm so sorry but I have a family emergency," I murmured, my voice still firm despite the earthquake in my chest. "We'll need to reschedule your cleaning." I drove home like a woman possessed, my head racing with thoughts. How did Mom acquire the key? How did she even learn about the house? And what the hell was she doing giving tours to Ethan's wife and a complete stranger? The women had left by the time I arrived at Maple Ridge Drive, but evidence of their stay could be found everywhere. The front door was slightly ajar. Mom had always been sloppy with locking up. Inside I could see the indications of their intrusion. Moved furniture, opened cabinets, and even the refrigerator door was slightly open, but it was the note on my kitchen counter that pushed me over the brink. Written in Mom's recognizable handwriting, "Clara honey, I know you're upset, but this is for the best. Lila and Caroline, my realtor friend, think this property has real potential. We'll discuss tonight. Love. Mom. P.S. Cute." I sat down hard on my couch. The couch I'd saved for 3 months to buy. The couch I'd carefully picked to fit precisely in this space, and tried to understand what was going on. My mother had somehow found my house, obtained a key, and was now showing it to prospective purchasers without my knowledge or approval. The betrayal struck me like a physical blow. This wasn't only about the house, it was about everything. Every time I was overlooked, my accomplishments were downplayed, and I was treated like an afterthought child who couldn't possibly know what was best for her. I dialed Mom immediately. "Oh good, you got my note?" she inquired as if breaking into someone's home were simply another Tuesday pastime. "Listen, sweetie, I know you're probably confused." "Confused?" I asked. "Mom, how did you get a key to my house?" "Well, Mrs. Whitmore's daughter is in my book club, and when she mentioned selling to a young Hartford girl, I put 2 and 2 together. I've been worried sick about you living in that neighborhood all alone. It's not safe for a single woman, and honestly, the mortgage must be stretching your budget thin." The neighborhood was not hazardous. It was actually one of the most pleasant locations in town. But it wasn't the point. "So, you got a spare key and decided to show my house to strangers?" Lila mentioned that she and Ethan might be interested in a rental property as an investment, and Caroline is the best realtor in the county. I assumed I had hung up. That evening my phone rang non-stop. First Mom, then Ethan, and finally Dad joined in with his normal, "Let's all just calm down and talk about this reasonably" attitude. I disregarded them all and spent the evening looking into locksmiths. But avoidance is only effective for so long. The next day, Ethan arrived at my workplace. "Bryn, we need to talk," he continued, using the childhood moniker that normally broke down my defenses. "Not today. I'm working." "Ethan. Mom told me what happened. Look, I had no idea she was going to do that." "Okay. Lila mentioned wanting to look at investment properties and Mom just, you know how she gets when she thinks she's helping." Before I looked at my patient, I finished updating his chart. Ethan was still attractive at 32, with the same dark hair and green eyes that we had all received from our father. He was dressed in his customary khakis and button-down shirt, and he looked like a successful businessman. "How long have you known?" I inquired. "Known what?" "About the house, Ethan. How long have you known I bought a house?" He had the elegance to appear embarrassed. "Mom figured it out about a month ago. She was worried about you. Said you'd been acting strange, secretive. She asked me to talk to you, but I told her to mind her own business. Clearly she listened to that advice. Clara, come on, she's just trying to look out for you." "That neighborhood is perfectly safe," I concluded. "And even if it wasn't, it's my choice to make. I'm 28 years old, Ethan. I don't need Mom's permission to buy a house." "Of course not. But maybe you could have mentioned it. We're family." The word family lingered between us like a challenge, because he actually meant that families do not hide secrets from one another. Families discuss big decisions. Families ask for advice, opinion, and approval. However, in my experience, various people's definitions of family vary. For Ethan, family meant unwavering support and celebration of each milestone. For Megan, it meant financial support and encouragement for all artistic endeavors. For me, it meant skepticism, lectures about practicalities, and the presumption that I was incapable of making adult decisions on my own. "I'll call Mom tonight," I eventually stated. "But Ethan, if you or Lila or anyone else shows up at my house uninvited again, I'm calling the police." "That's not a threat. It's a promise." Ethan's face turned red. "Jesus, Bryn, she's our mother, not some criminal. She broke into my house. She has a key that I didn't give her." The waiting room began to stare, so I lowered my voice. "I have to get back to work. We'll talk later." But as Ethan went, I noticed a familiar expression on his face, the same one he'd had when we were kids, and I'd done something he didn't understand. It was a mix of annoyance and pity, as if I was being intentionally difficult rather than sticking up for myself. That night I contacted a locksmith. "Clara Marie Hartford, you open this door right now." Mom's voice rang clear through my new deadbolt lock as she hammered on my front door Thursday evening. I sat cuddled up on my couch, pumpkin purring on my lap, gazing through the window as she angrily pressed the doorbell. "I know you're in there. Your car is in the driveway." I'd been expecting this since the locksmith departed that morning. Caleb at Secure Solutions had done a fantastic job. New deadbolts, doorknob locks, and even a new lock for the rear gate. When I delicately described the matter as a family border issue, he nodded knowingly. "Family disputes are the worst," he added, testing the new key's smooth turn. "Good for you for taking control of your space." Now, as I watched Mom's increasingly desperate attempts to come inside, I felt an odd mix of delight and remorse. The satisfaction came from winning. My telephone rang. "Mom, of course." "Clara, this is ridiculous. Open the door so we can talk like adults." "We can talk through the door, Mom. Or you can call first next time, like a normal person." Normal people don't change their locks to keep their mothers out. Normal mothers don't break into their children's houses. There was a lull, and I could virtually hear her readjusting her approach. "Honey, I understand you're upset. I should have asked permission before showing the house, but I was genuinely worried about you. This neighborhood, this mortgage payment, it's too much for someone in your position." "My position? You know what I mean. You're doing well for yourself, sweetheart. But this house is ambitious. Ethan and Lila could help you with the financial burden if you rented it to them. Or if the market is good, you could sell and make a nice profit. Get something more appropriate." Appropriate. There was the word again. The one who had followed me throughout my life. Clara's profession choice was acceptable for someone who wasn't college ready. Her place was suitable for a single woman. Her automobile was within her budget. But this house, this gorgeous ideal house that I paid for with my own money, credit, and hard work, appears to be inappropriate for someone like me. "Mom, I'm not selling my house. But if you just listen to Caroline's advice, I don't care about Caroline's advice. I don't care about Ethan and Lila's investment plans. This is my house, and I'm keeping it. Clara Marie, you're being stubborn and short-sighted. This is exactly the kind of impulsive decision-making that worries your father and me. You can't just shut out your family when we're trying to help you. I approached the window and gazed out at her. Even in the porch light, I could see the typical look of irritated concern on her face whenever I did something she couldn't control. I'm not shutting out my family, Mom. I'm setting boundaries. If you want to visit my house, you call first and ask permission. If I say no, you respect that. And you definitely don't give tours to people without my consent. I was trying to help you see your options. I didn't ask for your help. The line went silent for a long time. When Mom spoke again, her voice was choked with pain and rage. Fine, have it your way, but don't come crying to us when this house becomes too much to handle, and don't expect us to bail you out when you realize you've made a mistake. She hung up. Through the window, I saw her walk back to her car, Dad's old Ford truck, and drive away with more force than necessary. I should have felt victorious. I should have felt empowered, strong, and proud of myself for holding my ground. Instead, I felt terribly, painfully alone. The following 2 weeks were some of the most lonely of my life. Mom made no calls, and Ethan sent no SMS. Even Megan, who typically avoided family turmoil, wrote a quick message. Heard about the house situation. Maybe just apologize and move on. What do you apologize for? For buying a home? For desiring privacy? For refusing to allow my family to make life decisions without consulting me? I devoted myself to make my place feel more like home. I painted the guest bedroom a subtle lavender, added floating shelves to the living room, and finally hung the gallery wall of images I had planned for months. Pumpkin oversaw all projects from his preferred sunny place by the kitchen window. But even the thrill of designing my ideal space couldn't totally cover the void in my chest. I had gained what I wanted: independence, boundaries, and respect for my decisions. However, the expense began to feel greater than I had imagined. Nora arrived with takeout from Luigi's and a bottle of wine. Okay, spill, she said, sitting cross-legged on the living room floor with her chicken parmesan. I heard through the grapevine that you bought a house and are currently feuding with the entire Hartford clan. As your best friend, I'm deeply offended that I had to learn this from my hairdresser, whose cousin works at the title company. Nora had been my closest friend since 7th school, when we bonded over horrible cafeteria pizza. She was the only person who had never made me feel as if I needed to apologize for simply existing, which is presumably why I avoided her. I knew she'd ask harsh questions that I wasn't prepared to answer. I wasn't trying to hurt anyone, I responded, surprised by my defensive tone. I just wanted something that was mine. You know, something that no one could have opinions about or try to fix or improve. And instead of just enjoying your gorgeous house, which is absolutely stunning by the way, you're sitting here eating sad sandwiches and brooding like a character in a Victorian novel. She was not mistaken. I'd been eating a lot of sad sandwiches. They don't respect me. They never have. Mom got a key to my house from someone else's daughter and gave tours like it was her property to show off. Ethan thought it was perfectly reasonable for them to discuss my financial decisions behind my back. Even Dad just wants me to compromise and see their side. So, what's your endgame here? Never speak to them again? I glanced at the wine in my glass, seeing how the light from my new lampshade created patterns on the surface. I don't know. 3 days later, everything had changed again. I was leaving work when I noticed Ethan's Chevy Silverado in the parking lot, but instead of Ethan, Lila was driving. As I approached my Honda Civic, my sister-in-law rolled down the window with an inscrutable face. Can we talk? She inquired. Lila and I had always maintained a polite but distant relationship. She was everything I wasn't: blonde and perky, with a marketing degree and the ability to make Ethan feel like the center of the universe. We'd never had a serious conversation other than platitudes at family gatherings. If this is about the house situation. It is, but probably not in the way you think. She pointed to the passenger seat. Please, 5 minutes. Against my better judgment, I climbed inside the truck. Lila quickly turned to face me, her normally bright smile replaced by a somber expression. I owe you an apology, she explained. A big one. That was not what I had expected. Ethan doesn't know I'm here, and he'd probably be furious if he found out. But I can't let this go on without telling you the truth. What truth? Lila took a big breath. Your mom didn't just randomly decide to show me your house. I asked her to. My stomach sank. What? Not the way it sounds. She quickly explained. God, this is coming out all wrong. Look, Ethan and I have been having problems. Financial problems. His dad's company is struggling more than anyone wants to admit, and we're behind on our mortgage. Ethan is too proud to tell your parents how bad things really are. I stared at her, attempting to digest the information. Ethan, the golden boy, was facing financial issues. When your mom mentioned that you'd bought a house, and I swear, Clara, I had no idea you were keeping it secret, I got this desperate idea. I thought maybe you'd be willing to rent out a room or even let us house sit sometimes. I wasn't trying to take your house or anything like that. I was just drowning and grasping at straws. The parts were beginning to come into place, but they were creating an image I didn't like. So, you asked Mom to show you around. I asked if she thought you might be open to having roommates. She said she'd look into it. I had no idea she was going to break in with some realtor. When Ethan told me what happened, I felt sick. This whole mess is my fault. We sat quietly for a bit, the weight of family secrets and unsaid conflicts falling between us. Why didn't Ethan just ask me for help? I finally inquired. Lila laughed, but the sound was more like a sob. Pride, I guess. He's supposed to be the successful one, remember? The one who has it all figured out. Asking his little sister for help would mean admitting that he doesn't. Little sister, even Lila saw me this way. I'm not little anymore, I said gently. No, Lila agreed, glancing around at my automobile, my job badge, and the evidence of my independent life. You're really not. And for what it's worth, your house is beautiful. You should be proud of what you've accomplished. That was the first time someone in my family had stated that. That weekend, I made a decision that startled even myself. I asked everyone over for dinner. Mom, Dad, Ethan, Lila, and Megan drove down from Chicago. I sent a group text Saturday morning saying, "Family dinner at my place Sunday at 6. Dress casual. I'm cooking." The responses were a swarm of bewildered emoticons and cautious acceptances. Mom called twice, but I let it go to voicemail. I had some things to plan. Sunday evening, I observed from my kitchen window as they drove into my driveway. Mom emerged from Dad's truck, visibly apprehensive. Ethan and Lila climbed out of the Silverado, with Lila carrying what appeared to be a bottle of wine. Megan arrived last in her beat-up Subaru, her curly hair dangling from a tangled bun. I opened the door before they could make a knock. "Welcome to my home," I murmured, standing aside to allow them in. I gave them a tour that was nothing like Mom's unapproved one. I proudly showed them each room, describing my decor choices, highlighting the original architectural aspects, and introducing them to Pumpkin. I studied their faces as they glanced around the room I'd created, possibly for the first time. Dad said, "Clara, this is..." and then appeared to lose his words. He ran his palm over the restored mantelpiece in the living room, his contractor's eye noticing the quality. "It's gorgeous," Megan concluded. "I can't believe you did all this yourself." I told them the whole tale during dinner, which included handmade lasagna, garlic bread, and a salad cooked with veggies produced in my backyard garden. How I'd saved for 5 years. How I studied neighborhoods, mortgage rates, and home inspections. I fell in love with this house as soon as I viewed the listing. "But why didn't you tell us?" Mom inquired, her voice soft. "We could have helped." "Because I wanted to do it myself," I explained simply. "Because every time I've made a decision in my life, someone in this family has had an opinion about how I could do it better. I wanted one thing, just one thing that was completely mine." Ethan squirmed uncomfortably in his seat. "We don't do that, don't you?" I looked around the table. "Ethan, when I started my photography business, what did you say?" He was calm. "You said it was nice that I had a little hobby to keep me busy." "Dad, when I got promoted to lead hygienist, you said it was good experience for when I decided to do something more serious with my life." "Mom, when I bought my car, you spent an hour explaining why a sedan would have been more practical than my Jeep." The silence stretched awkwardly. "I love you all," I added. "But I needed to prove to myself that I could make good decisions without a committee. And I did. I bought a house, and it's perfect, and I'm proud of myself." Lila spoke up immediately. "I owe you an apology too, about the whole rental thing. I should have talked to you directly instead of going through your mom." Ethan gazed at his wife with amazement, having heard this part of the narrative for the first time. "Money problems?" I inquired gently. Ethan's jaw tensed, but Lila simply nodded. "The construction business has been slow. We're managing, but it's been stressful." I looked at my brother. Really stared at him. For the first time I could see the stress lines around his eyes and how his shoulders were tense. The golden boy wasn't as golden as everyone assumed. "If you need help," I began. "We don't need," Ethan said reflexively, and then stopped himself. "Sorry, old habits." "If you need help," I said loudly, "you can ask me. But you ask me directly, and you respect whatever answer I give. Deal?" He nodded, slightly stunned. "And Mom?" I turned to face her. "I need you to understand something. I'm not angry because you were trying to help. I'm angry because you didn't trust me to know what I needed. Getting a key to my house without asking, bringing strangers inside, making plans for my property. That's not help. That's control." Mom's eyes flooded with tears. "I just worry about you. You're so independent, so determined to do everything alone. I wanted to make sure you had options. I appreciate that you worry. But I need you to trust that I can handle my own life. Even if I make mistakes, they're mine to make." We talked till nearly midnight, clearing the air after decades of miscommunication and implicit expectations. It wasn't the perfect chat. There were tears, heated words, and moments when I feared someone might storm out. But that was the most honest our family had been in years. When they eventually departed, Mom held me tightly at the door. "I'm proud of you," she whispered. "I should have said that first." As I watched their taillights vanish down Maple Ridge Drive, I felt a shift in my chest. The hollow feeling that had been with me for weeks was now giving way to something warmer. I was still standing in my doorway when my phone vibrated with a text message from Ethan. "Thanks for dinner. The house is amazing. You did good, sis." For the first time in months, I went to bed that night feeling like I genuinely belonged somewhere. Not only at home, but also among my family members. The difference was that now I could belong on my own terms, and sometimes it makes all the difference in the world. My mom stole my $45,000 college fund for my sister's house, so I slept in my car at 18. Now a millionaire, I faced them again, and turned the tables. For me, one of those occasions was seeing my sister Veronica and our mother Margaret walk into the welcome reception for my new $960,000 home. A home that reflected every single sacrifice, late night, every ounce of hustle I put into starting my IT company. Nonetheless, the knot in my stomach intensified and my skin crawled because I recognized the expression in their eyes. The exact expression I saw when I was 18, the night my entire world collapsed. Growing up in Boston, our family appeared to be rather normal. Dad works in finance, while Mom runs a boutique and has 2 daughters, as well as a golden retriever named Rusty. However, as the saying goes, appearances can be misleading. When I was 12, the cracks began to show. Dad walked out, and while the divorce wasn't spectacular, what happened next laid the foundation for years of pure family dysfunction. Veronica, 3 years my older, later married Daniel, an investment banker from an affluent family. Their wedding was spectacular, and Mom spent over $50,000 she didn't have, arguing that a daughter only gets married once. I was 19, working 2 jobs, attending community college, and barely scraping by to purchase my bridesmaid dress. Then came the babies, James, Freya, and Caleb. With each child, Veronica's attitude of entitlement developed, and Mom was always available to help them out, often at my expense. "Your sister has 3 children to feed," Mom would explain. "What do you need extra money for anyway? Books? Can't you just use the library?" Meanwhile, I was working myself to exhaustion. Scholarships helped, but without family support, I worked as a barista in the morning, a tutor in the afternoon, and a data entry clerk on weekends. Sleep was a luxury that I could not afford. Dad faded into obscurity after moving to Chicago and starting a new family. Mom honestly made it difficult for him to stay in touch with me by forgetting to notify me when he called, or mistakenly deleting his messages. But I persevered. While Veronica shared gorgeous family holiday images, I stayed up all night coding and studying. I graduated as the top of my class. Mom attended my high school graduation, but left early since Veronica called. James had a minor temperature. I've never complained. I simply accepted this as my reality and got motivated to create my own success on my own terms. I did not need their approval. What I didn't expect was how drastically things would shift on my 18th birthday. That night defined all that followed, culminating in the showdown 14 years later. My 18th birthday was on a Tuesday. I recall because I had managed to get the evening off, a rare occurrence. I wasn't expecting a major celebration. Veronica and Daniel were expecting their 3rd child, and they had the entire family's attention. Still, turning 18 seemed momentous. I was legally an adult, had completed high school, and received partial scholarships to 3 universities. When I returned home after tutoring, I found Mom and Veronica at the kitchen table, engrossed in spreadsheets. They scarcely glanced up. "Leftover lasagna in the fridge if you're hungry," Mom said, her gaze fixed on the papers. I heated a plate and joined them, intrigued. "What are you working on?" Mom asked, looking up. "Just figuring out some financial matters. Veronica and Daniel need a bigger house now that Caleb is on the way." I nodded, accustomed to such chats. But then a chill ran through me. "Why do you have my college paperwork?" Veronica sighed dramatically. "We might as well tell her, Mom." Mom smoothed the papers and glanced at me with that familiar gaze that usually comes before I have to make a family sacrifice. "Lena, we need to discuss your college plans," Mother told me. With Veronica expecting again, they really need a 4-bedroom house. Daniel's bonus wasn't as large as they expected this year, and they're a bit stretched. I sat calmly, knowing exactly where this was headed. "The thing is," says Veronica, "we've calculated everything. And even with Daniel's salary and Mom helping with the down payment, we're still short." "Short for what?" I inquired, even though I already knew. "We need to use your college fund," Mom said frankly. "It's not like you don't have scholarships already. And community college is perfectly respectable. You can transfer to a university later when things aren't so tight for the family." My college fund. The money Dad had started prior to the divorce. Mom's promised money for my schooling remained undisturbed. I was banking on this fund to bridge the gaps left by scholarships. "But that's my money," I replied gently. "Dad set it aside for my education." Veronica rolled her eyes. "Don't be selfish, Lena. We're talking about a home for your niece and nephews. Where are they supposed to sleep? Should Caleb just live in a closet because you want to attend some fancy university?" "That's not what I'm saying," I insisted. "But I've worked so hard for this. I've maintained a 4.0 GPA while working multiple jobs. Those scholarships won't cover everything." "You can take out loans just like everyone else," Veronica snapped. "Daniel and I have a mortgage. That's life." Or she might have said, "You could live at home and attend community college. That would be much more economical." Something within me shifted. A lifetime of acquiescence and acceptance gave way to outright outrage. "No." A simple word hung in the air. Mom blinked, not expecting any resistance from me. "Excuse me?" "No," I said again, more forcefully this time. "That money is for my education. Dad and you set it aside for me. It's not Veronica's house fund." Mom's expression tightened. "This isn't a negotiation, Lena. This is what's happening. Your sister has a family to provide for. And I have a future to build," I responded, my voice cracking. "I've earned those scholarships. I've worked while maintaining perfect grades. I deserve to use my college fund for college." Veronica chuckled in a chilly, disdainful tone. "Oh, please. Like you know anything about real responsibility. Try having 3 children before you lecture us on what you deserve." Tears threatened, but I kept them back. "This isn't fair, and you know it." Mom jumped up, scraping her chair. "My priority is my education," I replied. "That's not wrong." "Well then," Mom said, crossing her arms, "if that's your attitude, you have a choice to make. Accept that the money is going to help your sister, or pack your bags and figure out life on your own. You're 18 now, after all." An ultimatum hovered in the air. Veronica smiled, confident that I would back down as I had always done. But something had cracked within me. Years of being second best, putting Veronica's needs ahead of my own. I stood up gently. "I'll pack my bags." The shock on their faces would have been satisfying if I hadn't been so afraid. Mom certainly did not expect me to choose independence. "Don't be so dramatic," Veronica scoffed. "Where would you even go?" I didn't respond. I stepped into my bedroom and took out my largest luggage. I packed clothing, toiletries, my laptop and vital documents mechanically. Family portraits remained on the walls. They did not feel like mine anymore. Mom appeared in my doorway as I zipped the suitcase shut. "You're being ridiculous. Sleep on it, and we'll discuss this rationally in the morning." "There's nothing to discuss," I said, startled by my own serenity. "You've made your position clear. I'm making mine clear too." I pushed my suitcase past her, retrieved my backpack from the hook near the front door, and stepped outside into the night. Nobody called after me. Nobody tried to stop me. That night, I slept in my car in the Walmart parking lot, with my work uniform as a cushion. For 2 weeks, I maintained that routine, working 3 jobs, sleeping in my car, and showering at the gym where I had a bargain membership. I told no one. On the 15th day, my computer science teacher, Professor Clara Hughes, observed me snoozing in the library. She softly awoke me and asked whether everything was fine. Something in her gentle eyes broke my carefully held composure, so I told her everything. That evening, she drove me to her house and showed me the guest room. "It's yours until you figure things out," she explained simply. "No one should face this alone." Professor Hughes became more than just a teacher. She became my mentor, advocate, and the first person who believed in me unconditionally. She assisted me in obtaining further scholarships, guiding me through financial aid applications, and providing a valuable reference for an internship that would eventually change my life. Everything that happened after the night I was kicked out was shaped by that experience. It showed me that I was completely on my own, but that chosen family can be more supportive than biological relatives. Most significantly, it demonstrated my personal strength. A strength I was unaware I possessed until I was forced to discover it. With Professor Hughes' help, I was able to secure enough financial aid, scholarships, and part-time employment to attend a local state institution rather than my ideal school. It wasn't Boston University, but it had a strong computer science curriculum, which I appreciated. College life was very different for me than for my peers. While they went to parties and joined clubs, I worked various jobs to remain afloat, including waitressing, staffing the university IT help desk, and completing freelance web development projects late at night. Sleep became a luxury, and social life was non-existent. Despite my hectic schedule, I maintained a flawless GPA. The computer science curriculum came easily, and I found myself assisting classmates who were struggling, one of whom was Isabella Tran. Isabella, a brilliant but distracted individual, became my best friend and eventual business partner. We were diametrically opposed in some respects. I was methodical. She was impetuous. I excelled at back-end programming. She had a knack for user experience and design. Together, we were ideal. During our junior year, we began talking about developing a money management app for young adults. The majority of existing tools were designed for those who were already financially secure, rather for those like us who were living paycheck to paycheck. We identified a gap and were motivated to fill it. Using campus resources, we created a prototype. We dubbed it SENS, an app that let users visualize their spending, automate their savings, and create responsible credit. Our teachers were impressed, but more significantly, our classmates found it quite beneficial. After graduation, Isabella and I had to decide whether to take stable corporate jobs or chase our business dreams. The safe option was appealing, especially considering my financial instability. However, I remembered Professor Hughes's words. Sometimes the riskiest path leads to the greatest rewards. We took a chance by moving into a tiny roach-infested flat to save money. We gave ourselves totally to SENS. I coded while eating ramen. Isabella worked on user interfaces till daybreak. We went to every networking event, pitch competition, and startup program we could find. 6 months of rejections ensued. Investors believed we were too young, inexperienced, or focused on the wrong demographics. "College students don't care about financial planning," one venture entrepreneur remarked dismissively. But we persisted. We had a breakthrough when we received a small company grant, which enabled us to hire our first employee, a marketing professional who assisted us in refining our messaging. We shifted slightly, focusing on recent graduates with student loans rather than current students. The app gained traction gradually, then exponentially. We were highlighted on a technology blog. A financial influencer with millions of followers endorsed SENS, and our user base rose from thousands to hundreds of thousands. Throughout this process, I had occasional thoughts about reaching out to my relatives. I'd had very little interaction since that night. Mom called 3 months after I left, not to apologize, but to notify me that they had spent my college fund for Veronica's down payment. Dad sent periodic texts to check in, but our relationship remained distant. Instead, I focused on growing my business and my personal life. Years passed in a flurry of code, meetings, and eventual achievement. Isabella and I relocated from our shabby flat to a proper office. We employed additional developers, customer service agents, and marketing specialists. SENS developed into a comprehensive financial platform. 5 years after our start, we received an acquisition offer from one of the country's top financial technology organizations. The amount was staggering, enough to make Isabella and me wealthy multiple times over. We finally agreed after weeks of negotiations. I was 30 years old and suddenly richer than I had ever believed possible. The worried 18-year-old sleeping in her car appeared to be a completely different person. Financial security provided the freedom to make intelligent decisions rather than frantic ones. I invested the most of my windfall, gave to scholarships for first-generation college students, and eventually allowed myself to consider building a home, a genuine home, not just a place to sleep between work shifts. After months of searching, I discovered it. A lovely craftsman-style home in an upmarket neighborhood. At $960,000, it was a hefty investment, but it was well within my budget. The 4-bedroom home has character and charm, with hardwood floors, huge windows, a wraparound porch, and a large backyard. It needed modifications, but I spotted its potential right away. As I signed the closing forms, I considered the irony. 14 years ago, my college fund was depleted to help Veronica buy a larger home. Now, I was able to buy a property for about $1 million via my own work. During the restoration, I got an unexpected note from my father. He'd seen the news about SENS's acquisition online and wanted to congratulate me. Our chat was unpleasant, yet it opened up possibilities. He stated that he had lost track of me after I left and was too embarrassed to try harder to find me. He got divorced again and moved back to Boston. Would I consider meeting for coffee? That coffee meeting was tense, yet healing. Dad apologized for being absent during my challenging years. He confessed he was aware of the college fund predicament but felt unable to intervene. I didn't forgive him right away, but I appreciated his honesty. We agreed to focus on progressively restoring our connection. During our talk, he revealed that Veronica and Daniel were experiencing financial difficulties again. Apparently, they had to downsize once Daniel's company was restructured. Mom continued to help them in any way she could. "They don't know about your success," Dad remarked. "I haven't told them." I nodded, not sure how I felt about it. Part of me wanted them to know I was successful despite their lack of support. Another part preferred that my accomplishments remain quiet. As my house renovations neared completion, I planned a housewarming celebration. After considerable thought, I included my relatives on the guest list. Isabella worried I was setting myself up for disappointment, but I felt it was time to end that chapter of my life, one way or another. I extended formal invitations to Dad, Mom, Veronica, and Daniel. Dad answered promptly with acceptance. Mom called, astonished but agreeable. Veronica texted, "Looking forward to seeing how you're doing. We'll be there." The stage was set for a reunion I never expected, one that would be more dramatic than I could have imagined. The morning of my housewarming party was sunny and lovely. Despite staying up late to finish up the house, I awoke early. Every room was perfect. The living room with its comfortable sectional and built-in bookshelves, the gourmet kitchen with marble countertops and professional-grade appliances, the dining room that could comfortably seat 12 people, and 4 beautifully appointed bedrooms upstairs, including a master suite with a balcony overlooking the backyard. Isabella arrived about 10 o'clock, laden with champagne and decorations. "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" she inquired, arranging flowers. "It's not too late to uninvite them." "I need closure," I said, my stomach churning at the prospect of seeing my mother and sister again. "Besides, they're just 3 people out of 30 guests. If things get uncomfortable, we'll have plenty of buffers." The caterers arrived at midday and set up stations on the first level. By 3, everything was ready. Food, drinks, music, and my nerves were frayed. My colleagues in technology arrived first, followed by neighbors. Professor Hughes arrived with her husband, embracing me warmly and whispering how proud she was. Friends from college, industry contacts, and my financial advisor completed the early arrivals. At 4:30, the doorbell rang again. I opened it to see my father standing awkwardly on the porch, holding a gift bag. "Dad," I replied, the words still seeming odd. "Lena," he said, looking at the house behind me. "This is impressive." I let him in, gave him a quick tour, and introduced him to a few guests. He appeared genuinely thrilled to see how well I was doing, if a little out of place among the successful professionals that occupied my home. "Your mother and sister should be here soon," he explained. "They were planning to come together." I nodded and refilled my water glass to conceal my uneasiness. "And how are they?" Dad paused. "Managing Daniel's job situation has been tough on them. They sold their house last year and moved to a townhouse. Margaret, your mom, helps with the kids a lot." Before I could react, Isabella appeared at my elbow. "More guests arriving," she said. "Including, I believe, your mother and sister." I took a deep breath and made my way to the front door. There they stood, Margaret, barely aged despite the 14 years, and Veronica, still lovely but with stress lines around her eyes. Behind them stood Daniel, who appeared much older and more worn than I remembered, and their 3 children, James, now a teenager, Freya, a preteen, and Caleb, about 10 years old. "Lena," Mom replied, her tone cautious. "Thank you for inviting us." "Welcome," I said, standing back to let them enter. "Please come in." The kids hung back sheepishly, evidently instructed to be on their best behavior. I smiled at them. I scarcely knew these nieces and nephews. "There's a game room upstairs if you get bored," I assured them. "Second door on the right." That broke the ice a little. James inquired if I had a gaming system, and when I said yes, the kids went upstairs. After a quick thank you, Daniel said, "Beautiful home." He gazed about with professional curiosity. "The architectural details are impressive." "Thank you," I responded. "The renovation took 6 months, but it was worth it." "6 months?" Veronica raised her eyes. "You must have had quite a team working on it." "I did," I said without elaborating. "Would you like a tour?" Leading them around the house, I watched Veronica's demeanor become more calculated. She ran her hand along the granite counters, glanced into closets, and commented on the great play area in the backyard. Mom followed more quietly, occasionally remarking on a decor or inquiring about a feature. "This must have been quite an investment," she finally murmured as we entered the main bedroom. "It was," I admitted, "but I've been fortunate in my career." "What exactly are you doing now?" Veronica inquired, sitting uninvited on the edge of my bed. "Dad mentioned something about an app." I told them a shortened version of my success story, seeing their faces change from polite inquiry to astonished realization. "You sold your company for millions?" Veronica asked, her voice higher than usual. "We did," I said. "The timing was right." The tour continued downstairs where additional visitors had arrived. I introduced my family to Isabella, Professor Hughes, and colleagues and acquaintances who knew some of my tale. Throughout the introductions, I spotted Mom and Veronica gathered in corners, whispering passionately. Daniel appeared disengaged from their chats, instead truly interacting with my tech industry acquaintances. 1 hour into the celebration, I clinked my glass to get everyone's attention. "Thank you all for coming to celebrate this new chapter with me," I told you. "This house represents not just a place to live, but a milestone I once thought impossible. I'm grateful to everyone who supported me along the way." As I finished my brief statement, Veronica approached. "As Lena's sister, I'd like to say something too." Her voice had that confident tone I knew from childhood, the voice that always preceded her getting exactly what she wanted. "Family is everything," she added, resting her palm on my arm. "And seeing Lena's beautiful home today has made me realize how perfect this would be for our family." The visitors exchanged perplexed murmurs. "What Veronica means," Mom said softly, "is that we're so proud of Lena for creating a space where family can gather." "No," Veronica replied, tightening her grasp on my arm. "What I mean is that this house would be perfect for my family. With Daniel's job situation and the kids needing good schools, we've been looking for exactly this kind of home in exactly this neighborhood." The room went silent, even the caterer had stopped moving. "Veronica," Daniel began, his face flushing. "This isn't the time or place." "It's exactly the right time," she said. "Lena's always wanted to help family. She's single, no kids, and clearly doing well financially. This 4-bedroom house is wasted on one person when we have 3 growing children who need space and stability." Mom nodded in accord. "Family." I stood paralyzed, hardly believing what I was hearing. After 14 years of no contact, after seizing my college fund, they were now requesting, nay, expecting, that I give them my home. "Lena," Mom said, her voice taking on that authoritative tone I recognized all too well. "You need to pack your bags and find somewhere smaller. A condo downtown would suit your lifestyle much better, and it would mean the world to your sister's family." Veronica was already pacing around the living room pointing out the adjustments they planned to make. James could take the bedroom with the bay window. Freya would love the purple room, and Caleb would have so much space for his toys in the smallest bedroom. Mom joined in. "After all Veronica's been through, she deserves this. It's the least you could do as her sister." The room had become utterly silent. My visitors glanced at us with terrified fascination. Isabella had rushed to my side, offering support but remaining mute. I took a deep breath, feeling strangely calm despite the absurd scene that was happening. "I have something to show you," I murmured quietly while collecting my phone. I used the smart home system to connect my phone to the enormous TV in the main room. With a few touches, I opened a document and projected it on the screen. "What's this?" Veronica inquired anxiously. This, I told you, is a restraining order I filed 14 years ago after you kicked me out on my 18th birthday. The room fell silent as the legal paper appeared on the screen. Even the caterer stood motionless, trays in hand. What are you talking about? Mom's voice broke the silence, a mix of confusion and outrage. We never kicked you out. You chose to leave. I kept my voice steady, years of practiced control paying off. You gave me an ultimatum on my 18th birthday, except that my college fund would go to Veronica's down payment or pack my bags. I packed my bags. You didn't stop me. That was a disagreement, not an eviction, Veronica snorted, keeping her gaze set on the document. You are being dramatic. I slept in my car for 2 weeks, I explained simply. In February. In Boston. A murmur spread among the assembled visitors. Dad walked forward, his face pale. I didn't know it was that bad, he remarked gently. You never told me. Would it have mattered? I inquired. He had no response to that. I swiped to the next document in my phone. This is more interesting though. This is why I filed the restraining order. The screen now displayed credit reports and loan applications in my name, all from shortly after I left home. What is this? Daniel inquired, leaning closer to the screen, his financial background helping him to comprehend what he was witnessing before the others. After I left, someone opened 3 credit cards and took out a personal loan in my name, I told him. They had my social security number, my birth certificate, and enough personal information to pass security questions. The total debt was just over $45,000. Mom's face had turned white. Veronica became really interested in her wine glass. Fortunately, I said, the detective who helped me was thorough. The credit cards were used at stores Veronica frequented. The loan money was deposited into an account that then transferred the exact amount to your joint checking account, Daniel. Daniel carefully turned to face his wife. You told me that money was from your mother. A gift to help with the down payment. It was, Veronica affirmed. Mom helped arrange it. By committing identity theft against your own daughter, Professor Hughes interjected, her intellectual manner giving way to protective wrath. That's a felony, in case you weren't aware. I'm sure there's been some Mom started. This is the police report I filed, I said, bringing up another document. I had enough evidence to press charges for identity theft and fraud. The detective was particularly interested in this loan application. I focused on a signature in which someone attempted to counterfeit my signature but misspelled my middle name. Veronica's hand shook so terribly that she had to put down her wine glass. If you filed charges, why weren't we arrested? She asked, her voice lacking conviction. Because I didn't pursue it, I explained simply. I was 18, terrified, and despite everything, you were still my family. So, I made a deal with a detective. I would pay off the fraudulent debts myself if they documented everything but held off on prosecution. I swiped to another document. This is proof of payment. Every cent of that $45,000, plus interest, paid by me over 3 years, while I was putting myself through college, working 3 jobs, sleeping 4 hours a night, eating ramen noodles to survive, while paying off debt I never incurred. Daniel appeared physically unwell. I had no idea, he murmured, his voice scarcely audible. Veronica told me her parents were helping with the down payment as a gift. Just one parent, I said gently. And it wasn't a gift. It was theft. Mom has finally found her voice. You're twisting everything to make yourself the victim, she was saying. We've always done everything we could for you. Sometimes families need to make hard choices for the greater good. The greater good? Dad asked, his voice rising unexpectedly. Margaret, she was 18, our daughter, and you stole from her. Mom turned against him. Don't you dare judge me, Richard. You walked away. You left me to handle everything. I left you, not our daughters, he replied. And I certainly didn't authorize you to steal Lena's college fund or commit fraud in her name. I knew about the college fund, he said, and he turned to me. I'm sorry I didn't fight harder for you, but the credit cards, the loan, I had no idea. I nodded and accepted his incomplete apology for what it was. Veronica adjusted her approach after witnessing her support crumble. It was a difficult time, she admitted, tears welling up in her eyes. We had a baby, needed a home. Mom was just trying to help us, and you weren't around to ask. Maybe, I said. But that doesn't justify fraud. I swiped to another document. This might interest you too, Daniel. While investigating the identity theft, I discovered quite a bit about your family finances. These are records of 6 failed business ventures Veronica invested in without your knowledge, using joint funds. The total losses exceeded $200,000 over 8 years. Daniel's face had lost its color. What business ventures? Her college friend Megan's clothing boutique, her cousin's restaurant, a subscription box service for luxury pet products, among others, I put on paper. All failed within a year. All received substantial investments from your family accounts. Those were personal loans to friends, Veronica said faintly. They were going to pay back everything with interest. Is that why you hid the paper? The room had become uncomfortably tight. Guests were seeking for ways out, unsure whether to stay for this plainly private family crisis. I think, I stated loudly, that we've gotten off track. You came here today to claim my home for yourselves, based on the assumption that I would once again sacrifice my needs for Veronica's wants. I'm making it clear that will never happen again. So, you'll throw your own sister's family out on the street? Asked her mother. Where's your compassion? My compassion? I laughed. But there was no humor about it. Where was your compassion when I was sleeping in my car in winter? Where was your compassion when you stole my identity and left me with crushing debt before I'd even started college? Mom opened her mouth before closing it again. I'm not throwing anyone out on the street, I explained more softly. But I'm not giving up my home. If you need financial help, I'm willing to discuss setting up education funds for James, Freya and Caleb. They're innocent in all this, and I'd like to know my niece and nephews. We don't need your charity, Veronica snapped, despite Daniel's face indicating otherwise. It's not charity, I responded. It's family helping family the right way. Mom grabbed her purse. I think we've heard enough. Veronica, children, we're leaving. The children are upstairs playing video games, I reminded her. And I think Daniel might want to stay. Daniel nodded slowly. I need to understand exactly what's been happening with our finances, he told me. Kids will be fine for a while longer. Fine, Mom snapped. Veronica, let's go. As they approached the door, Isabella took a step forward. I think that's best. This is supposed to be a celebration of Lena's new home, not a venue for attempted property theft. Mom's face turned crimson red. How dare you? This is a family matter. Yes, Isabella responded. And Lena's chosen family is here to support her. You might want to think about what real family support looks like before you return. After they left, the party gradually recovered momentum, though talks naturally revolved around the dramatic incident. Daniel remained in the corner, speaking quietly with my financial advisor and periodically checking his phone for texts from Veronica. Later, as the guests began to leave, he approached me and formally stated, I owe you an apology. I had no idea about the identity theft or the investments. I knew about the college fund, but Veronica told me you had agreed to it. Would it have mattered if you'd known the truth? I questioned you. He considered it. I'd like to think so, but truthfully, I was different then. Success and money were all that mattered. He looked around the room. Looking at what you've built on your own, I realized how misguided my priorities have been. What will you do now? I inquired. Have a very difficult conversation with my wife, he said solemnly. And probably contact a divorce attorney. The financial deceptions are too significant to ignore. I felt an unexpected ping of sadness for my sister. Despite her imperfections, I never wished her marriage to end. I meant what I said about education funds for the children, I told the gentleman, regardless of what happens between you and Veronica. He nodded graciously. They'd like to know their aunt, especially James. He's interested in programming. After Daniel left to pick up the children, Isabella and I started cleaning up. Well, she began, tossing glasses into the dishwasher. That was the most dramatic housewarming I've ever attended. I laughed and felt lighter than I had in years. Not exactly the closure I expected, but closure nonetheless. Do you think they'll try to contact you again? Inquired the woman. Mom and Veronica. Eventually. When they need something. I shut the dishwasher and straightened up. But next time I'll be prepared. No more doormat. Lena. As the final guest left and the silence descended over my new home, I wandered through each room, admiring what I'd created. Not only was it a physical structure, but it also represented a life achieved through dedication, hard work, and the confidence to stand up for myself when it counted most. The days after the housewarming were unexpectedly tranquil. I expected Mom and Veronica to torment me, angry phone calls, manipulative texts, and possibly even unannounced visits. Instead, quiet. Daniel phoned me and asked to meet at a coffee shop near his office. Veronica moved in with your mother, he told me over lattes 3 days after the party. She took the kids for now, but we've agreed to equal custody while we sort things out. I'm sorry about your marriage, I stated truthfully. He shrugged, appearing fatigued and relieved. After what came to light at your party, I started digging deeper into our finances. It's worse than you know. We're not just struggling, we're nearly bankrupt. How's that possible? You had a good position at the investment firm. Had, he reiterated. I was let go 6 months ago, downsizing. I've been working as a financial consultant since then, but making about a third of my previous salary. Meanwhile, Veronica continued spending as though nothing had changed. He pushed the folder across the table. These are statements from accounts I didn't even know existed. Credit cards maxed out. Loans I never signed for. Second mortgages on the house before we sold it. While reviewing the records, I experienced a sense of déjà vu. She did to you what she and Mom did to me? I inquired. Except on a much larger scale. He agreed grimly. We're talking hundreds of thousands in debt. What will you? Bankruptcy seems inevitable. He admits. I nodded in understanding. My offer for education funds still stands. I can set up accounts that can only be used for educational expenses. That would mean everything, he remarked with sincere gratitude in his voice. And maybe, would you consider spending time with them occasionally? They need stable adults in their lives right now. That conversation signaled the beginning of a new chapter for myself, Daniel, and the children. They were intelligent, inquisitive children who withstood their parents' disagreement with surprising perseverance. Around 2 weeks after the housewarming, Dad invited me to supper. Over pasta at a quiet restaurant, he expressed his thoughts on years of family strife. I failed you, he admitted honestly. After the divorce, Margaret made it difficult to maintain contact. But that's no excuse. I should have fought harder to stay involved in your life. Why didn't you? I asked, finally putting my thoughts into words after 14 years. He sighed heavily. Partly guilt. The divorce was my fault. I had an affair with my second wife before leaving. Margaret knew, and she used that as leverage to control everything, including access to you girls. This discovery altered my view of our family relationships, but it did not excuse his absence. I also failed to protect your college fund, he added. It was in a joint account with Margaret. I trusted her to use it appropriately despite our problems. When I found out what happened, I was too ashamed to confront you about it. You could have helped me, I stated. When I was sleeping in my car. I didn't know, he said. Margaret told me you'd moved in with a friend from school. By the time I learned otherwise, months had passed and you'd stopped responding to my messages. We talked for hours that night, clearing up years of misconceptions, half-truths, and downright lies. Dad wasn't blameless, but I realized he'd been manipulated by Mom almost as much as I had. Your mother wasn't always like this, he clarified. After Veronica was born, something changed. She became obsessed with creating a perfect life for her, often at your expense. I tried to balance things, to advocate for you, but it only created more conflict. Why the favoritism? I inquired, the question that had plagued my boyhood. He pondered this attentively. I think Veronica reminded Margaret of herself, the self she wanted to be. Beautiful, socially adept, traditional. You are more like me. Analytical, independent, questioning. And I think that scared her. The first communication from Veronica came 2 days after my meal with Dad. A long email that alternated between apology and justification. She admitted to identity theft, but blamed it on financial desperation and her mother's influence. She apologized for the housewarming argument but insisted that her family's needs took precedence over my luxury. Classic Veronica, Isabella observed as I gave her the email. Apologizing without actually accepting responsibility. At least she's acknowledging what happened, I said, feeling more generous now that I was safe from her influence. That's progress. Mother's approach was more straightforward. She began phoning every day, leaving voicemails that ranged from angry accusations to sad pleas. Families should forgive each other, she said in one message. We made mistakes, but so have you by embarrassing us in front of your friends. I did not respond to either of them right away, instead focusing on setting clear boundaries with my therapist, Dr. Jennifer Blake. Your mother and sister exhibit classic patterns of manipulative behavior, Dr. Blake observed during one session. They're used to you eventually giving in. Your continued boundary setting is unfamiliar and threatening to them. I feel guilty sometimes, I told you. especially about the kids being caught in the middle. That's natural, she promised me. But remember, you're modeling healthy boundaries for those children, and you're supporting them directly through the education funds and quality time. That's genuine family support, not the conditional kind you received. Daniel and Veronica's circumstances worsened over the course of several weeks. Their divorce processes uncovered other financial deceptions. Daniel filed for bankruptcy, as planned. Veronica and the children remained in Mom's modest home, which had become cramped and tense. 6 months after the housewarming, Daniel got a better job at a smaller company and rented a 3-bedroom apartment. The custody arrangement granted him access to the children every other week. Throughout his weeks, I would pay James several visits, assisting him with programming assignments or simply offering another supporting adult presence. During one of these encounters, Daniel mentioned that Veronica had started therapy. Her therapist suggested it might help with the divorce and financial issues, he told me. I'm skeptical about her commitment, but it's a start. Around the same time, I finally agreed to meet Mom for coffee. The conversation was difficult but respectful. She had aged significantly in the 6 months since the celebration. Living with Veronica and the children is challenging, she told me. There's no privacy, no peace, and her spending habits. She paused, shaking her head. You enabled those habits, I kindly pointed out. I wanted her to have everything I didn't, Mom explained. An uncommon example of self-awareness. I grew up poor, wore hand-me-downs, never had the nice things other girls had. I swore my daughter would have better. You had 2 daughters, I reminded her. She had the decency to appear embarrassed. I know. I convinced myself you were stronger, more independent, that you didn't need the same support. It wasn't a complete apology, but it was the closest I'd ever gotten. This decades-long pattern of financial deception taught me that Mom's behavior was more than just favoritism. It revealed underlying concerns of control, entitlement, and possibly untreated mental health problems. Meanwhile, Veronica's therapy looked to be generating actual results. Our weekly meals with the kids moved from awkward to cautiously enjoyable. She got a job as an administrative assistant at a local company, her first serious job since marriage, and moved into a modest apartment when living with Mom became too expensive for both of them. I've never learned to stand on my own, she admitted at one of our discussions. Mom did everything for me, then Daniel took over. When everything fell apart, I had no idea how to function independently. I felt an unexpected sense of compassion as I saw her struggle with fundamental adult chores like budgeting, meal planning, and home maintenance. Veronica, like me, had been a victim of Mom's disorder, albeit in a different way. Her golden child status had hampered her ability to build resilience and self-sufficiency. The children adapted to their new situation with surprising adaptability. James, now 11, thrived in the coding group I introduced him to. Freya acquired a fascination for science that neither Veronica nor Daniel had recognized. Caleb's dinosaur passion grew into a more general interest in natural history. I established college funds for each of them, with the condition that the funds be spent solely for educational purposes, a safeguard against history repeating itself. Daniel and I formed an unexpected friendship based on mutual respect. He had confronted the financial calamity full-on, gradually repairing his credit and profession while becoming a more present father than he had ever been during his marriage. The bankruptcy was humiliating, he admitted, this truer version of Daniel. Not all relationships could be saved, however. Mom continued to avoid actual accountability, alternating between superficial apologies and sly explanations. During one especially challenging meal, she mentioned that my success was owed in part to her tough love style. If we hadn't pushed you out of the nest, would you have developed the same drive? She wondered, as if my homelessness had been a deliberate teaching moment rather than an abandonment. I cautiously set down my fork. That's like saying abuse makes people stronger. Some survive despite it, not because of it. I succeeded in spite of how you treated me, not because of it. She swiftly changed the subject, since she was always uncomfortable with direct confrontation. These incidents confirmed Dr. Blake's assessment that, while Mom may change her conduct to preserve touch, true remorse or insight may never arrive. Some people aren't capable of the depth of self-reflection necessary for genuine change, Dr. Blake told me. You can adjust your expectations accordingly and decide what kind of limited relationship, if any, serves your well-being. By the time my house's 1-year anniversary neared, I had set clear guidelines for family interaction. Monthly lunches with Veronica and the kids, occasional coffees with Mom, regular dinners with Dad, and more frequent time with the kids during Daniel's custody weeks. To commemorate the event, I arranged a small gathering, in stark contrast to the previous year's grand housewarming. Isabella accompanied her new fiancé. Professor Hughes and her husband attended. Dad arrived with Laura, their relationship now serious. Daniel brought the kids for a few hours. Even Veronica made a brief and charming visit. Mom was noticeably absent. Her choice after I declined to invite certain toxic family friends she insisted on including. It was a little but crucial win in keeping my boundaries. As the evening progressed and people had dessert on the patio, James approached me with his laptop. "Aunt Lena, can you look at my code? I'm trying to build a game, but the graphics won't render properly." We sat on the porch swing, solving his JavaScript issues, as fireflies blinked in the coming dusk. The simple moment, an aunt assisting her nephew, family members supporting one another in healthy ways, brought tears to my eyes, which I quickly wiped away. "Are you okay?" James inquired, noting my emotion. "More than okay," I told him. "Just happier here." Later that night, when everyone had left, I wandered through my home, which was genuinely mine in every way. The house had become a haven, not only from the outer world, but also from the harmful family habits that had nearly ruined me. Within these confines, I had created new rituals, connections, and a new understanding of family that was based on mutual respect rather than duty or manipulation. My journey from sleeping in my van at 18 to owning this lovely home at 32 was not solely about financial gain. It was about reclaiming my worth, setting healthy boundaries, and creating a life that reflected my ideals rather than others' expectations. My ties with my family would most certainly remain complex. Mom may never fully admit the devastation she has caused. Veronica's growth potential may be limited. Dad's attempts to make amends could not undo years of absence. However, I no longer required their validation or approval to feel whole. The terrified 18-year-old who drove away from her childhood home with nowhere to go had discovered not just safety, but also strength. She had realized that family is sometimes chosen rather than born, and that standing in your truth, no matter how difficult, results in genuine connection rather than hollow performance of obligation. As I sat on my veranda with a cup of tea, watching the stars appear in the summer sky, I felt tremendous serenity. The voyage had not been easy, but it had taken me exactly where I needed to be. Home in all senses of the word. My sister laughed while excluding me from the reunion. Days later, I mailed a letter that forced her to sell her $300,000 house in 30 days. I, a 34-year-old male, have spent my adult life serving as my family's unseen safety net. The dependable guy who never asks for anything but is always contacted when bills need to be paid or emergencies need to be resolved. My family includes my parents, Thomas and Margaret, who are in their early 60s, and my golden child sister Claire, who is 37. Growing up middle class in Ohio, the partiality was obvious from the start. Claire made cheering front-page family news. "I've won the state science fair twice." "That's nice, honey." Claire immediately pivots to the boy she's dating. The tendency became more pronounced during high school. Claire received a carefully restored Honda Civic Dad for her 16th birthday. My 16th, a lecture on responsibility and a Goodwill bicycle. Her graduation party had 150 guests and catering. My meal was pizza with family, and Mom spent it on the phone with Claire discussing her college roommate trouble. College was where everything went nuclear. Claire required the whole college experience at a pricey private school, necessitating the second mortgage. I attended state school on academic scholarships, worked 2 jobs, and finished debt-free with a computer science degree. Claire finished with a communications degree and $80,000 in loans, which suddenly became family debt because we all benefited from her education. Still trying to figure out that rationale, after college, I got a tech job in Columbus, lived cheaply, and saved everything. Claire alternated between employment, always looking for something more meaningful or escape terrible work settings. The first money request came when I was 23. $500 for car repairs so Mom could get to her new job. 11 years later, we are still waiting for that revenge. However, that $500 unlocked the floodgates. Suddenly I became the family's ATM, paying Claire's rent, credit cards and groceries, as well as my parents' water heater, car maintenance, and property taxes. Every time it was simply a short loan to get us back on our feet. The paybacks never materialized, and asking resulted in guilt trips and controversy. So I stopped asking. By 30, I was earning $200,000 per year from startup stock options and freelance consulting. My family didn't have specific figures, but they knew I was doing well. Well enough that when Claire announced her engagement to Ryan, I somehow became wedding planner and banker, venue deposit, caterer, flowers, photographer, $45,000 total that they'd pay back once settled. Ryan merits a special note. He's constantly launching the next great idea that will make him wealthy. Insurance, cryptocurrencies, day trading, and MLM energy drinks. Zero actual earnings, but he talks a good game, and Claire is charmed. After the wedding, I was co-signing leases, paying deposits, and covering monthly gaps when Ryan's latest business ultimately failed. It's like clockwork now. Ryan calls with tragic stories about unpaid clients or failing investments that require assistance just this one time. Welcome to my existence as the family's constant unpaid financial advisor /ATM/ emotional support system, the unseen safety net that everyone relies on but rarely sees. The breaking point should have occurred when they chose to purchase a home. They had been renting for 3 years, had bad credit, and Ryan's job history resembled a game of career hopscotch. No bank would consider them for a mortgage. Mom called me and asked for a favor. "Jack, honey, you know how much Claire and Ryan want to start a family," she said, her guilt-ridden tone developed over decades of practice. "They really need a stable place to raise children, but their credit isn't quite where it needs to be yet." I knew what was coming before she finished the statement. They located the ideal property in Worthington, excellent schools, safe neighborhood, but they require someone with good credit to co-sign the mortgage temporarily until Ryan's new business takes off and they can refinance on their own. I should have said no. I should have hung up the phone. I should have learnt from the decade of temporary loans that were never paid. Instead, 2 weeks later, I found myself at a mortgage broker's office, signing documents that rendered me legally accountable for a $300,000 house loan. The house was excellent, with 4 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, a large yard, and an attached garage, everything a young couple could want. Claire cried as they handed her the keys, saying how grateful she was, and how this would alter their lives. Ryan shook my hand, promising that this would be the last time they needed my help. That was 2 years ago. Since then, I've paid 7 mortgage payments when Ryan's salary was temporarily disrupted. I've paid for a new roof when theirs leaked, updated their HVAC system when it failed during a heat wave, and paid their property taxes twice when they forgot to save for them. Overall, I've probably invested another $30,000 in the house in addition to co-signing the original loan. But here's the thing. They've never acknowledged anything I've done for them. In their perspective, I'm just a family member with money, so I should help. It is not viewed as a sacrifice or favor. It is viewed as an obligation, as if I owe them anything for the honor of being linked to them. The familial dynamics did not change either. Claire remained the center of attention at every gathering. Her work at the pharmaceutical firm was extremely significant. Her husband was extremely clever and ambitious. Their aspirations to start a family were incredibly exciting. Meanwhile, I was still simply Jack, the computer guy who had little to contribute to conversations about everyday topics. I didn't date much, partially because I was usually working and partly because I'd been burned a few times by women who seemed more concerned with my financial security than with me as an individual. My family interpreted this as proof that I was antisocial or overly choosy. Mom was continually attempting to link me up with the daughters of her colleagues or coworkers, generally with the pitch that these women were searching for a stable, responsible man. Translation: they needed someone to pay their expenses. The isolation worsened with time. Family dinners became exercises in listening to Claire and Ryan's most recent plans, while everyone ignored my attempts to participate to discussions. Claire and Ryan's holiday celebrations revolved entirely around their preferences. Birthday parties, anniversaries, and special occasions, I was invited as an afterthought, expected to contribute monetarily, but not treated as an equal participant. I began declining invitations, citing work or other responsibilities. This prompted lessons on family loyalty and responsibility. However, it also meant spending less time listening to Ryan discuss his latest get-rich-quick plan, or seeing Claire be praised for accomplishments that I had helped finance. The final straw came 6 months ago, when I overheard Mom and Claire's phone chat. I'd stop by to assist Dad fix their garbage disposal. Another of those casual expectations, that I'd drop everything to assist with domestic issues. Mom began talking to Claire in the living room as I was working in the kitchen, unaware that I could hear all she said. "Jack is getting weird," Mom said. "He barely comes around anymore, and when he does he's so quiet. I'm worried he's becoming one of those bitter single men who just focuses on work." "He's always been antisocial," Claire explained. I could hear the disdainful tone coming from the adjacent room. "At least he's useful for helping with stuff. Did you see the new patio furniture Ryan picked out? We're going to need Jack to cover the gap until Ryan's next commission check comes through." I stopped working and listened. "You should probably call him this week," Mom added. "Make it sound like we really need his help. You know, he responds better when he thinks it's an emergency." My hands shook as I packed my equipment. I'd been playing for years. I'd been duped into believing that my family needed me, that I was assisting them through transitory difficulties. In truth, I was just the family ATM, and they were discussing the best methods to trick me into making additional withdrawals. I finished fixing the disposal in silence, assured Dad it was working, and then departed without saying goodbye to Mom. I spent the entire evening sitting in my apartment, poring through bank statements and calculating how much money I had given my family over the years. The amount was staggering, nearly $200,000 in direct payments, co-signed loans, and covered costs. $200,000. And they saw me as an anti-social obligation who was there to solve their money difficulties. That's when I started making tiny tweaks. At first, I stopped responding to Ryan's calls about mortgage payments. When Claire texted about needing help with groceries, I pretended to be preoccupied with work. When Mom asked whether I could help with their property taxes, I explained that I was traveling for business. The demonstrations began immediately. How could I be so selfish? Didn't I realize that family supports family? What was wrong with me recently? But I remained firm. I began saying no, and it felt liberated. Next came the family reunion. Every 3 years, my father's side of the family hosts a large reunion. It's usually between 50 and 60 people. Aunts, uncles, cousins and their children. They rent out a pavilion in a state park. Everybody provides food. There are games and activities for the children. It's actually rather enjoyable, or was when I was younger and didn't understand family dynamics. I hadn't attended the previous reunion since I was working on a significant project at work, but I expected to be invited this time. 3 months before the event, I began hearing fragments of chatter regarding planning and preparedness. Claire served on the organizing committee. Mom was coordinating the food. Dad was handling the logistics. 2 months before the reunion, I asked Mom when I should schedule it. "Oh, honey," she said with a rehearsed, sympathetic expression. "We weren't sure if you'd want to come. You've been so busy with work lately, and you know how these family things can be. Lots of kids running around, people asking personal questions about when you're going to settle down. We thought you might be more comfortable skipping this one." I stared at her. "You thought I'd be more comfortable being excluded?" "It's not excluded," she answered immediately. "It's just, well, space is limited this year. And we had to make some tough decisions about who to invite. Space is limited. It is a public pavilion." "Well, yes. But there are cost considerations too. Food, activities, decorations. Everyone who comes has to contribute, and we know money's been tight for you lately." "Money has been tough for me, the person who has been subsidizing their lifestyle for more than a decade." I nearly laughed. "How much is the contribution?" I inquired. $75 per person," she murmured, avoiding my gaze. "Plus whatever you bring for the potluck." $75. I probably spent more money on lunch that week. They were also anxious that I could not afford to contribute to a family reunion. "Who made the decision about who to invite?" I requested an answer. "The organizing committee," she explained. "Claire, your Aunt Susan, Uncle James and me. We tried to balance family participation with practical considerations. And the practical consideration was that I could not afford $75. She shifted uncomfortably. "Jack, you know that's not, it's just that you haven't seemed interested in family events lately. We thought." "You thought wrong," I said. "I'm interested. I'd like to come." "Well, I'll have to check with the committee," she told me. "Maybe we can figure something out." Maybe. Perhaps they might find out how to invite their own son and brother to a family reunion. That night I phoned Claire immediately. "Mom says there might not be room for me at the reunion," I stated without elaborating. "Oh, Jack," she groaned, as if I were being difficult. "You never come to family stuff anymore." "We didn't think you'd want to come to this either, but you didn't ask. Come on, be honest. Would you have come? You hate those things. All those kids running around, Uncle James asking about your love life, the cousins talking about their jobs and mortgages. It's not really your scene. It's a family reunion, Claire." "My scene is being part of the family." She laughed. Not a mocking laugh, but the dismissive chuckle you give a child who says something naive. "Jack, you barely tolerate spending 2 hours at Christmas dinner. 3 days of camping with the whole extended family? Please. You'd be miserable and you'd make everyone else miserable too. So, you decided for me?" "We made a practical decision. Space is limited. Costs had to be controlled. And honestly, the family dynamics work better when it's just the social people. You know what I mean?" I understood exactly what she meant. The family dynamics improved when the antisocial ATM was not present to make anyone feel embarrassed about their incessant financial solicitations. "Maybe next year you'll be invited," she added. I could sense a smirk in her voice, as if she was doing me a favor by considering me for future inclusion. "Once we see how this one goes, we may be able to work you in next year," as if I were on a waiting list for my family. "I understand," I replied gently. "Thanks for explaining." After I hung up, I sat in my apartment for a long time thinking about that discussion, about the mortgage payments, the wedding bills, the innumerable crises I'd sponsored, and about being branded as someone who exacerbated family dynamics simply by existing. Then I remembered the mortgage I'd co-signed. The one that made me legally liable for their housing costs. The one that appeared on my credit report as a major debt obligation, and the one that had prevented me from purchasing my own home because my debt-to-income ratio was too high with their mortgage factored in. I took out my copy of the mortgage documentation and carefully reviewed them. Claire and Ryan were the major borrowers on the loan, but I was also liable for the entire amount. If they defaulted, the bank may pursue me for the entire debt. More crucially, I had the right to remove myself as a cosigner by providing 30 days written notice. Furthermore, the principal borrowers could qualify for the loan on their own. They could not qualify on their own. This is why they needed me in the first place. And their financial condition has only worsened since then. Ryan's most recent business venture, an internet marketing consulting service, was bringing in around $1,500 per month on good months. Claire earned a solid living from her pharmaceutical work, but not enough to cover their $300,000 home and other expenditures. Without my co-signature, they'd have around 30 days to refinance the loan or sell the home. Refinancing was not an option given their credit and income status. They'd have to sell, most likely at a loss, because they'd only been there for 2 years and hadn't made much progress on the principal. I spent the next week researching the legal ramifications and consulting with a lawyer about the process. Everything was straightforward. I could withdraw from the loan with sufficient notice and Claire and Ryan couldn't stop me. The only uncertainty was about timing. The family reunion was arranged for the second weekend of August. I decided to send the co-signer removal letter on August 1st, right in the midst of their reunion preparations. It felt poetic. They could talk about my exclusion from the family while dealing with the consequences. The letter was straightforward and professional. Dear Claire and Ryan, this letter serves as my formal 30-day notice of intent to remove myself as a co-signer on your mortgage loan number with First National Bank. According to the terms of the original loan agreement, this removal will be effective September 1st, 2023. You must contact First National Bank immediately to discuss your options for refinancing the loan without a cosigner or making arrangements for loan payoff. Please confirm receipt of this notice. I mailed copies to them, the bank, and retained one for my own records. Then I waited. The phone call began 3 hours later. "Jack, what the hell is this?" Ryan's voice was tense with fear. "We just got your letter. You can't just remove yourself from the mortgage. We have a contract." "The contract allows for co-signer removal with proper notice," I remarked in a calm voice. "I've provided proper notice." "But why? What's this about? If this is about money, we can work something out. The marketing business is really starting to take off, and Claire's up for a promotion. We'll be able to make all the payments ourselves soon." "When?" "Well, it's hard to say exactly, but probably within the next few months. Maybe by Christmas. Definitely by next summer." "Ryan, you've been telling me your business was about to take off for 2 years. In that time, I've made 7 mortgage payments for you, plus covered property taxes twice, and paid for a new roof and HVAC system. I'm done. Jack, please. This is our home. We can't just lose our house because you're having some kind of midlife crisis." "I'm not having a midlife crisis. I'm setting boundaries." "What boundaries?" "We're family. Family that doesn't invite me to family reunions." There was silence on the other end. "That's what this is about?" "The reunion, Jack, that was just a space issue. We can still work something out if you really want to come." "I don't want to come, Ryan. I want you to understand that actions have consequences. You can't treat someone like they don't matter and then expect them to keep funding your lifestyle." "We never said you don't matter. You're being ridiculous." "Look, forget about the reunion. That was Claire's decision anyway. I'll talk to her. We'll figure it out. Just don't pull the co-signer thing. Please. The notice has been sent. You have 30 days to refinance or sell." I hung up. Take a quick pause, gentlemen. YouTube just introduced a new buzz tool. If you're hooked on this news, hit the hype button. It informs YouTube that this video deserves to go viral, and it continues to bring you even weirder stories. Thank you very much for your support. Okay, back to the drama. Claire called 20 minutes later, between crying and angry. Jack, you can't do this. This is our home. Ryan's business is just starting to work, and I'm pregnant. That completely stopped me. You're pregnant? 8 weeks. We were going to announce it at the reunion. She started crying again. Real tears. We've been trying for 2 years and it finally happened. You can't take our house away from us when we're about to have a baby. I felt a stab of guilt but brushed it away. Congratulations on the pregnancy, Claire. But that doesn't change the situation. You have 30 days to figure out your housing situation. Jack, please. I'm begging you. The reunion thing was stupid. I admit it. We should have invited you. We can fix that. But don't punish our unborn child because you're mad at us. I'm not punishing your child. I'm removing myself from a financial obligation that I should never have taken on in the first place. But where are we supposed to go? We can't afford rent on a place big enough for a family, and our credit is still bad. We'll end up in some terrible apartment in a bad neighborhood. You'll figure it out. You always do. How can you be so cold? This is your nephew or niece we're talking about. It's also my financial future. I've been carrying your expenses for over a decade, Claire. I've given up opportunities, delayed buying my own home, put my life on hold to fund yours. I'm done. She hung up on me. My parents called that evening, both on the line with carefully controlled voices. Jack, Dad said. Claire told us about the letter. This seems pretty extreme, don't you think? Not really. I'm removing myself from a financial obligation. That's pretty normal, son. We raised you to be better than this, Mom added, her voice full of disappointment. Family doesn't abandon family when things get tough. You mean like how you abandoned me when I wasn't invited to the family reunion? That was different, Dad replied swiftly. That was just logistics. This is their home. Their future. Claire's pregnant, Jack. This is your family we're talking about. No, it's your family. I'm apparently just the outsider who pays for things. Jack, honey. Mom's voice took on the manipulative tone I was used with. You're being hurt and emotional right now. We understand that. But making financial decisions when you're upset isn't smart. Why don't you withdraw the letter and we can all sit down and talk about this like adults? I've been talking to you like adults for 15 years, Mom. Every time you needed money, every time Claire had an emergency, every time Ryan's business fell through, I talked, you took, and nothing ever changed. I'm done talking. So, you're going to make your pregnant sister homeless out of spite? Dad's voice became harsher now. I'm going to stop enabling your daughter's financial irresponsibility. There's a difference. Jack. Think about what you're doing, Mom begged. This isn't just about Claire and Ryan. This affects the whole family. If they lose the house, they'll have to move in with us. Dad's back problems are getting worse, and we can't handle having a baby in the house. Please, just give them more time. How much more time? It's been 2 years, Mom. Ryan's business isn't working. Claire's spending habits haven't changed. Their credit is still terrible. How much more time is supposed to fix problems they've had for their entire adult lives? Just until after the baby comes, she begged urgently. Give them until after the baby comes to get back on their feet. And then what? When the baby's here and they need money for childcare, medical expenses, a bigger car, all the things that come with having a child, do I keep the co-signature then too? Silence. This conversation is over, I said. The notice stands. The following 3 weeks were terrible. The calls came regularly, often several times a day. Claire crying about the hardship of house shopping while pregnant, Ryan swinging between fury and desperate negotiating, and my parents attempting various approaches, guilt, manipulation, threats, and promises. They also tried to involve other family members. Aunt Susan called to lecture me on family loyalty. Uncle James left a voicemail expressing his disappointment with my selfishness. Cousin Emily wrote a lengthy email explaining how my actions were harming the entire family's interpersonal dynamics. But here's the thing. None of them offered to help. None of them offered to co-sign a new loan or provide financial support to Claire and Ryan. They were all concerned about my moral commitments, but none of them appeared eager to take on any themselves. The reunion took place without me, of course. I saw the photos on Facebook. Everyone appeared cheerful and comfortable, with children playing games and adults sitting around conversing. Claire was there, proudly displaying her tiny baby bulge and getting congratulations and pity for her housing situation. I wondered if anyone had asked where I was. I wondered if they talked about my departure from the mortgage during their family bonding time. I wondered whether any of them felt terrible about excluding me and then asking me to continue funding their lives. Probably not. On August 25th, with 6 days till my cosigner removal took effect, Ryan contacted with what he plainly believed was a wonderful idea. "Jack, I talked to a guy who knows about real estate, and he says we can probably get a private mortgage from an investor. The interest rate would be higher, but we could qualify without a cosigner." "That sounds like a great solution," I replied. "The thing is, we need $15,000 upfront for the loan fees and closing costs. I know that sounds like a lot, but it would solve everything. We could pay you back over the next year, and then you'd be completely off the hook for the house." I actually laughed aloud. "Ryan, you want me to give you $15,000 so you can get a loan to replace the loan I'm co-signed on? It's not giving, it's lending. And it's a solution that works for everyone. You get out of the mortgage obligation, we keep the house. Everybody wins. Everybody except me, who'd be out another $15,000 that you'd never pay back. We would pay it back. This is different." "How is it different?" Because it would be a smaller amount and my business is really picking up now, and Claire's promotion came through. We'd have the cash flow to handle it. "Ryan, if your cash flow had improved, you'd be able to make your mortgage payments without me covering them." Those were special circumstances. The business has seasonal fluctuations. And the answer is no. "Jack, please. Claire's stress levels are through the roof. The doctor says too much stress could affect the pregnancy. Do you really want to be responsible if something happens to your nephew?" "I'm not responsible for Claire's stress levels, Ryan. You are. You're the one who's failed to provide stable housing for your pregnant wife." "How can you say that? I've been busting my ass trying to build something. Just because it's taken longer than expected doesn't mean..." "It means you're not reliable, Ryan. It means you make promises you can't keep and commitments you can't honor. It means I'm done trusting you with my financial security." He hung up on me. September 1st arrived and passed peacefully. I received a letter from the bank confirming my removal as a cosigner. Claire and Ryan were now fully responsible for their mortgage. They ceased phoning me after that. The familial pressure lasted another week or two, but it gradually dissipated as well. I believe they knew I was not going to change my opinion and that it was pointless to continue wasting energy trying to persuade me. I learned from mutual acquaintances that they were looking at smaller rental homes to locate something they could afford on their own. Claire had to give up some of the lifestyle components she had grown accustomed to, the pleasant neighborhood, the large yard, and the attached garage. Reality was setting in. In October, Mom texted me that Claire and Ryan had secured a rental, a 3-bedroom residence in Whitehall. It's not the most aesthetically pleasing neighborhood, but it's economical and near to Claire's workplace. The baby is expected in March. I did not answer, but I was happy they had discovered anything. Despite everything, I didn't want them to become homeless. In November, I purchased my own home. With my better debt-to-income ratio, I was approved for a mortgage on a lovely 4-bedroom colonial in Upper Arlington. Nothing extravagant, but enjoyable. Good neighborhood, excellent schools for the future, large backyard, 2-car garage, everything I desired but couldn't afford while bearing Claire's mortgage. I shared a few photos on social media after moving in. Just some casual pics of my new home office and backyard. The response was interesting. My co-workers and friends congratulated me profusely, but my family said nothing. My parents sent me a generic holiday card with a handwritten letter saying, "Hope you're doing well. Love, Mom and Dad." No invitation to Christmas dinner. There is no attempt at reconciliation. Just an acknowledgement that I exist. Claire did not send anything. On Christmas Day, I volunteered at a homeless shelter, serving meals and organizing donations. It felt better than any family event I'd ever attended, being around people who were genuinely grateful for assistance, understood what it meant to suffer, and didn't take charity for granted. Mom called in February to tell me Claire had given birth to a healthy baby boy named Noah. She sent me a picture via text, and I must say that it hit me more than I expected. He was small but perfect, and for a brief moment, I felt sadness for not being a part of his life. But then I remembered all the years I'd spent being treated like a walking ATM, all the times my own needs and feelings had been ignored, all the casual cruelty of being alienated from my own family while yet expected to support their lifestyle. I responded with a simple congratulations and erased the picture. Ryan called me 3 months later, in May, for the first time since September. His voice was different, humbler and more defeated. Jack, I know we haven't talked in a while, and I know you probably don't want to hear from me, but I need to ask you something. I did not say anything. The baby's been having some health issues. Nothing life-threatening, but expensive. Claire's on maternity leave, so money is really tight. We're behind on rent, and our landlord is starting to make noise about eviction. Still no word from me. I'm not asking for a handout, he added hurriedly. I know those days are over, but I was wondering, do you know anyone in real estate who might be hiring? I'm thinking about getting out of the consulting business, maybe getting a real job with steady income. I'd take anything, assistant, paperwork, whatever. I just need something reliable. Ryan contacted me for help finding job for the first time in 15 years, rather than asking for money. I might know someone, I admitted finally. Send me your resume and I'll see what I can do. Really, Jack? Thank you. I mean it. This could really turn things around for us. I knew someone, a colleague who had started a property management company and was seeking for someone to manage tenant relations and maintenance coordination. It wasn't a glamorous job, but it was stable and paid well. Ryan landed the job. 3 weeks later, he called to thank me again and tell me that he was doing well, and that having a monthly salary was helping them catch up on bills. I should have done this years ago, he said. All that time chasing big dreams when I should have been focusing on taking care of my family. I get it now. I hoped he did. 6 months later, Ryan called back. This time his voice was full of confidence, which I had never heard before. Jack, I wanted to thank you, he told me, and I wanted to apologize for everything. The way we treated you, the money stuff, all of it. I've been doing some thinking, and I realized how unfair we were to you. Okay, I replied, unsure where this was headed. The thing is, having a real job, having to actually show up and be responsible every day, it's made me understand some things about myself, about how I was living before. I was basically a child letting other people, you, handle the adult responsibilities while I played around with fantasy businesses. Ryan. Let me finish, please. I know I can't pay you back for everything. We calculated it out and it's close to $200,000 over the years. That's insane. Jack, I can't believe we took that much from you. Actually, the figure was closer to $250,000, but I did not correct him. But I want to start paying you back anyway, he said. Even if it takes 20 years. We're putting together a payment plan. Maybe $200 a month to start, more as we get our finances in order. It's not much, but it's something. Ryan, you don't have to. Yes, I do. Because here's the thing I figured out. You weren't just giving us money all those years. You were giving us the chance to avoid growing up, to avoid taking responsibility for our choices. And that wasn't helping us in the long run. He paused. Claire's been doing some thinking too. She wants to call you, but she's scared. She knows she messed up, especially with the reunion thing. That was... God, Jack, I can't believe we excluded you from a family event and then expected you to keep paying our mortgage. That's so screwed up. Yeah, it was. Would you be open to talking to her? She's different now. Having Noah, almost losing the house, it changed her perspective on things. She knows she took you for granted. I thought about it. Maybe. I replied finally. But Ryan, no more loans. No more financial help. That part is over permanently. I understand. And Jack, thank you for everything. I know we didn't deserve it, but you kept us afloat for years. We wouldn't have made it without you. After we hung up, I sat in my home office, looking out at my backyard, reflecting on the conversation. Ryan had never acknowledged the full amount of what I had done for them before. It was the first time anyone in my family acknowledged the sacrifices I had made. It felt nice. Not good enough to erase 15 years of being taken for granted, but good enough to hint at the prospect of forgiveness. Someday. 2 weeks later, Claire called. Jack, it's me. I recognized her voice, but it sounded different, older and possibly more tentative. Hi Claire. I don't really know where to start. Ryan said you two talked, and he told me what he said about paying you back and everything. I wanted to call and say, well, a lot of things. She took a breath. First, I'm sorry. For all of it. For taking your money. For taking you for granted. For treating you like you didn't matter. For the reunion thing especially. That was cruel. And I knew it was cruel when we decided it. But I told myself it was practical. That you wouldn't want to come anyway. Why didn't you want me there, Claire? Honestly? Because you made me feel guilty. Every time I saw you, I was reminded of how much you'd done for us and how little we'd done for you. It was easier to exclude you than to face that reality. At least she was honest. And I was jealous. She went on. Here you always having your life together, always being responsible, always being successful, and I was the older sister who couldn't keep a job, couldn't manage money, couldn't even afford to live without my little brother's help. It was embarrassing. So, you decided the solution was to treat me worse? I decided the solution was to pretend it wasn't happening. To pretend we were equals, that you helping us was just normal family stuff and not something extraordinary. It was easier than admitting I was the screw-up. We talked for about an hour. She told me about Noah and how becoming a mother caused her to reconsider duty and values in ways she hadn't before. She discussed the hardship of almost losing their house, Ryan's metamorphosis since gaining a real job, their current budget, and how different their lives appeared. I want you to meet Noah, she stated near the end of the conversation. When you're ready. No pressure, and no agenda. Just, he's your nephew, and I think he should know his uncle. But only if you want to. I'd like that, I responded really. And Jack, Ryan told you about the payment plan, right? We know it's not nearly enough, and it'll take forever. But we want to start somewhere. You don't have to do that, Claire. Yes, we do. Because Ryan was right. You weren't just giving us money. You were enabling us to avoid growing up, and that needed to stop, for our sake as much as yours. After we hung up, I noticed something had changed. Not back to the old dynamic, which had vanished forever, but rather toward something new, something that may approach a good family bond. A month later, I met Noah for the first time. He was 6 months old, plump and attentive, with Ryan's black hair and Claire's blue eyes. Claire and Ryan had invited me to their rented home. Small, yet clean and pleasant. Nothing extravagant, but plainly a place where a family was reared. We ate supper together, and for the first time in years, I felt like I was a member of a family gathering rather than an outsider who happened to share DNA with them. Claire inquired about my employment and appeared genuinely interested in my responses. Ryan discussed his job and how he learned to appreciate the steadiness that comes with regular employment. They showed me Noah's room, explained his sleep and feeding pattern, and included me in the everyday minutiae of family life. Claire hugged me farewell as I departed that night. Thank you for giving us another chance, she told me. Thank you for becoming people worth giving a chance to, I told you. That was 8 months ago. Ryan has been making his $200 monthly installments on time. I've only received 2 so far, but they've both arrived on time and included brief updates on their family's progress. Claire and I now text on occasion, generally to share pictures of Noah or to catch up on family news. She also inquires about my life and appears to be attentive to the responses. Last month my parents called to celebrate my 35th birthday, the first time they had done so in 3 years. The conversation was tense but courteous, and Mom asked if I would like to attend Christmas dinner this year. What about Claire and Ryan? I inquired. They'll be there too, if you're comfortable with that. I am. So this will be the first Christmas I've spent with my family in 4 years. I'm cautiously optimistic that this time will be different, that I'll be treated like a family member rather than as an obligation. But if it's not, that's fine too. I've learned to be content without their approval, to live my life based on my own principles rather than their expectations. I've learned that sometimes the best thing you can do for someone you care about is to quit enabling their bad conduct. In-laws screamed, my job was a joke, tried to evict me, after 14-hour workdays, learned the hard way. My name alone was on the deed and mortgage. I'm Oliver, a 35-year-old male software developer at a cybersecurity firm that specializes in banking system security. For the past decade, I've been slogging, working 60-plus-hour weeks and sacrificing my 20s. Despite the majority of my college friends were out partying, I saved every dime I could despite living in a tiny apartment with 2 roommates whose basic cleanliness was questionable at best. One of them practically never did his dishes. They soaked for weeks. But I persevered because I had a goal. Finally, at 28, I purchased my ideal home. Not a palace, but a lovely 3-bedroom ranch on a quiet neighborhood with mature trees and good neighbors. It had a finished basement where I set up my gaming station and home office, a backyard large enough for her, a dog, as was always planned, and a kitchen that did not make me cry every time I cooked. I put down the $80,000 I had saved since graduating from college. My parents contributed $20,000, but I paid them back within 2 years because I didn't want to owe anyone. I was extremely proud of that house and what it represented, attaining something meaningful via hard effort and delayed satisfaction. I met Vanessa, a 34-year-old woman, on Bumble roughly 5 years ago. She appeared calm at first, professing to enjoy hiking and video games and presenting herself as low maintenance on her profile. She had a unique chuckle that I found endearing, and could talk for hours about true crime documentaries, which I was interested in at the time. We dated for a year, relocated swiftly, and married in a courthouse with a little reception at my home. She moved into my house, which I had already owned for 2 years. There were red indicators that I overlooked since I was, frankly, relieved to no longer be single. She worked as an executive assistant, but was frequently absent due to illness. She expected expensive birthday, Christmas, Valentine's and anniversary gifts, but gave me items from the sale rack. Her parents treated her as if she were still 16, and she let them. She had anxiousness, which conveniently flared up whenever there was a duty to be done. She never volunteered to split any household bills and had a strange buying habit that never harmed her limited bank account. I eventually discovered that my credit card was funding it. I arrived home about 6:30 p.m. after meeting a tight deadline. After coding for 14 hours straight to debug a vital security fix, my brain was absolutely fried, and my eyes were burning from gazing at screens all day. Dreaming of resting on my couch and maybe playing some Xbox to unwind, I came into my driveway and had to slam on the brakes due to a pile of junk on my front lawn. This is my stuff. My faded State University hoodie lay in the grass, becoming soaked. My $4,000 vinyl collection, which I had methodically built since high school, was overflowing out of a box, with some albums exposed to the elements. My gaming gadgets, books, clothes, and that silly ceramic owl Vanessa got me on our anniversary. I later realized that the item I purchased with my credit card was resting crookedly on top of the pile. There they were, the in-laws from hell. Linda, 62, and Robert, 65, stood there with smug grins on their faces, as if they had just won the lottery. These people have never worked a real job in their privileged life. Robert handles some family property that he inherited from his father, whereas Linda's entire identity focuses around being Vanessa's mother and shopping at Nordstrom. Both were dressed in luxury clothes and were on my lawn, throwing my belongings around. Vanessa was lingering near the porch, arms crossed, and looking away as if she couldn't meet my gaze. Her body language was a strange combination of defiant and anxious, as if she knew she was doing something wrong but had convinced herself she was justified. Linda started on with her screeching voice, which sounded like a nail gun hitting sheet metal, before I could even open my car door. There he is. Finally, the worthless bum. This from a woman who previously told me at Thanksgiving that true men buy their spouses Tiffany bracelets just because, and that my career in computer stuff wasn't noteworthy because anyone can do it now. I felt a strange calm wash over me, like deep sea pressure or something. A peculiar clarity occurs when everything suddenly makes perfect sense. I exited carefully, not rushing. Robert puffed up his chest, like he often does when he wants to frighten someone. He's been living off his father's money his entire life, yet he acts like he's a self-made industrial titan. He has business cards that read entrepreneur investor, yet I've never seen him accomplish any of those things. "Okay, Oliver, this isn't working," he shouted at me in his, "I'm talking to the waitstaff who brought me the wrong appetizer" tone. "Get out, we're changing the locks tomorrow, and this is now Vanessa's house." "Our daughter deserves stability and security, not you," he said dismissively. "The guy who works 60 or more hours per week to pay for everything is the problem." Vanessa finally spoke up, her voice low and thin in that baby girl tone she uses when she wants something expensive. "Oliver, it is over. I told you things weren't right, and Mom and Dad agree. It's best if you leave my house." My house? The one I purchased with a down payment 5 years before I swiped right on her profile. The one where solely my name appears on the deed, mortgage, and everything. The one I had spent thousands of dollars refurbishing piece by piece. New water heater, deck repair, and dishwasher replacement, all while she complained that we weren't prioritizing cosmetic repairs for her Instagram images. Her parents had probably paid me a visit 4 times before she moved in, always acting as if they were doing me a tremendous favor by honoring me with their presence and making comments about how I should really upgrade. The countertops are asking, "When are you getting a pool put in?" Never offering to chip in, of course. One time, Robert actually said, "When Vanessa fully moves in, we should talk about proper window treatments for this place." It was as if I was living in an unfinished construction site rather than a perfectly nice home. And suddenly, it's Vanessa's house. The mental gymnastics were Olympic level. Linda charged at me, finger slashing the air, her expensive manicure gleaming in the evening sun. She had a self-righteous expression on her face, as if she were passing heavenly judgment. "You heard her. Get out. You aren't welcome here, you worthless bum." This is our daughter's house now. She then kicked one of my boxes for emphasis. My ancient Psychology 101 textbook skidded over the moist grass and landed in a puddle from the morning rain. That's when the insanity struck me. I began laughing, not just a chuckle, but a full-throated, slightly insane laugh that astonished even me. It resonated around the peaceful street. Here was this 62-year-old woman, who I'd seen spend $600 on lunch without blinking, throwing my college textbook around like a tough enforcer in a lousy gangster movie. Linda's jaw literally fell. Robert blinked stupidly. Vanessa flinched as though I had screamed at her. "My house?" I blurted out, wiping my tears. "Vanessa's house. Wow. Did I miss the closing? Was there a memo? Because last I checked, I'm the only one who's paid a single penny toward this mortgage. I'm the only name on the deed. I've never seen any of you write a check for property taxes, insurance or repairs." The neighbors across the street had come out onto their porch, watching the show. "Don't you dare mock us," Robert exclaimed, puffing up again. His actual Rolex tragically glinted as he gesticulated frantically. "This is only fair. Vanessa dedicated years to you. She deserves this house for everything she's put up with." "Put up with what?" I replied, my face burning but my voice steady. "My stable job, paying all the bills, the vacations I've funded, the $4,000 handbag I bought her for her birthday that she used twice before deciding it was last season?" Linda exclaimed, her voice rising to a pitch that most likely disturbed satellite signals. "You clearly don't appreciate her. You work constantly. You're never home. We're stepping in to ensure she has what she deserves." "Right?" I asked, the laughter gone and replaced by frost in my veins. I took out my phone. "What are you doing?" Vanessa inquired, panic in her eyes. For the first time she appeared unsure of herself. "Call the people who handle property disputes," I said calmly. "Trespassing specifically. You know, the police." I'd never contacted the cops in my life, but this was crazy. "Don't you dare," Linda screamed, her voice striking a note that likely disturbed bats in the neighboring county. "This is a family matter. We don't need to involve outsiders." "Not when you're on my property throwing my stuff around," I said, calling 911. "Not when you're trying to illegally evict me from a house that I own, outright, with no legal claim whatsoever. That's actually a crime, by the way." Vanessa started crying. Those practicing tears that emerged whenever she didn't obtain what she wanted. The same tears that flowed when I told her we couldn't afford a $3,000 purse or recommended she contribute to our joint savings account on sometimes. "Oliver, please don't do this. We can talk about it. I just need some space right now." "And Mom and Dad thought they could steal my house," I said for her. "Yeah. I gathered that part." As I described the issue to the dispatcher, I noticed Robert whispering quickly to Linda, whose face was turning an alarming shade of crimson. Vanessa merely stood there, perhaps understanding that her great plan was unraveling before her eyes. The neighbors were staring now. Mrs. Collins from next door had come out with her phone, possibly recording. Great. By the morning, this would have spread throughout the neighborhood Facebook group. I gently supplied my address and indicated that 3 people were trespassing, refusing to leave, moving my stuff onto the lawn, and claiming ownership of my home. Linda could be heard in the background, virtually gargling with wrath, yelling at me to go. "My name is on the deed and mortgage. I've lived here for 7 years. They're trying to illegally evict me," I stated to the dispatcher, who appeared to have heard it all before. Robert approached me, his face going scarlet from his pricey haircut. He was muttering something about talking reason into me. "Robert, I wouldn't," I said, raising my free hand. "Stay there. Adding assault to the mix won't look good for you." He paused, then stopped. Robert's entire tough guy persona breaks apart the moment there are genuine consequences. He's used to bullying people with his money and connections while avoiding actual consequences. Vanessa appeared to be in a panic. Not unhappy or upset, but terrified, as if someone's plan was about to fail. "Oliver, please hang up. Just go stay with your brother Michael for a few days. We can talk later. I promise we'll work something out." "Talk about what, Vanessa?" My voice wasn't strong. The betrayal felt like someone punching me in the stomach. After 3 years of marriage, this is what it boiled down to. The part where you conspired with your parents to illegally force me out of the house I own, or the part where you stood by as they threw my life on the lawn? Which part deserves clarification? She grimaced. Physically winced. "Mom, Dad, maybe we should go. We can come back tomorrow with—" "We're not going anywhere," Linda said, adjusting her fashionable sunglasses despite the fact that the sun had almost set. "This is your house, Vanessa. Don't be weak now. He's bluffing about the police. I wasn't kidding. The flashing lights appeared soon. 2 autos and 4 officers. Our neighborhood isn't exactly high crime, so I'm guessing they were bored. They took in the scene, me beside my car, my belongings spread across the lawn, and the trio on the porch. They separated us. 2 cops spoke with Linda, Robert and Vanessa, while the remaining 2 spoke with me. I described the case, displayed my license with the correct location, pulled up photographs of the deed from my phone, and stated that it was exclusively my premarital. I showed them my key in the lock and years of mortgage statements from my banking app. The senior officer listened and nodded, his expression unreadable. He eventually rejoined the other gang. I couldn't hear everything, but I did catch parts. Legal resident, civil matter for the courts. Must vacate the premises immediately. Vanessa was crying again, this time wrapped in Linda's arms. Robert was puffing up his chest, discussing misconceptions and how I was psychologically disturbed. Classic Robert, attempting to change reality when things do not go his way. I've seen him do this several times at family gatherings, rewriting the story so that he appears to be the hero. Not this time, Robert. Not at my residence. Mrs. Collins was clearly recording now, and she wasn't attempting to be subtle about it. The neighbors across the way had taken out their lawn chairs. Great supper and show. The senior officer, a man with salt and pepper hair and the calm expression of someone who has witnessed every type of human foolishness, eventually returned to me. Sir, we've explained the situation to them. This is clearly your residence and they have no legal right to remove you or your belongings. They need to leave immediately. I nodded, relieved. Thank you, officer. However, he replied, I should note that this is ultimately a civil matter. If there are disputes about property ownership, those need to be settled in court. I understand, you replied, but there's no dispute. The house is solely in my name, purchased before marriage. He nodded. That seems straightforward. Then what happened next will always be one of the most rewarding experiences of my life. Linda went completely nuts when the officers informed them they had to leave. Her complexion turned a strange shade of purple, which contrasted severely with her clearly dyed blonde hair. It's her marital home, he can't just kick her out. We're not leaving, she said, gesturing frantically. Do you know who we are in this community? Robert puffed up again, adjusting his Rolex as if it granted him superpowers. We're staying to protect our daughter. This man is unstable. Rich, coming from the guy who once told me at Christmas that prenuptial agreements are for men without balls after I casually mentioned a friend having one. The officer's patience rapidly dwindled. Ma'am, sir, this isn't optional. This is his property according to the ID provided and his legal statement. You are trespassing. You need to leave now. Linda put her luxury shoes on my yard and simply stated, no. Then she continued, do you know who my husband is? We have connections in this town. We play golf with Judge Reynolds. They do not. They live 45 minutes away in a McMansion, which is probably underwater. And Judge Reynolds resigned 3 years ago. That was it. One officer forcibly grabbed Linda's arm. She screamed like she was being murdered and tried to flee, yelling, how dare you touch me? I'll have your badge. Another officer firmly directed Robert to the pavement. It was not hard, but it was decisive. Robert kept stating, this is outrageous, in a phony dignified tone, while threatening to terminate my career and dismiss the officers. They were physically taken off my property, making threats and slurs all the way. You'll regret this. We'll see you in court. Vanessa deserves everything. You're nothing without her. Your job is a joke. Your family is trash. Vanessa trailed behind them, head down, crying those precisely timed tears she usually uses when she doesn't get what she wants. The same tears she shed when I refused to spend my 401k on the ideal European vacation her parents told her she deserved. She didn't look at me once, instead following her parents like a trained robot. The officers made sure they got into their car, a BMW X5, which Robert likes to highlight is always fully loaded, which was parked suspiciously down the street, as if they knew they were up to something. As they drove away, one officer turned to me and said, Sir, I'd recommend changing your locks as soon as possible and documenting everything if there are further incidents. I nodded and thanked them greatly for their assistance. As they walked away, my phone burst with texts, missed calls and voicemails. Linda's involuntary outburst. You pathetic excuse for a man. My daughter deserves your house and everything in it. You will pay for humiliating us. I thought you were a better man than this, Oliver. After everything our daughter did for you. After we welcomed you into our family. Translation: after I paid for their anniversary meal last year and repaired Robert's laptop for free several times. Vanessa's groaning messages. Oliver, please call me. It's not what it looks like. My parents were just worried about me. We can fix this. I'm at the Marriott and it's so uncomfortable. I miss our bed. I disregarded them all. I carefully retrieved every object from the lawn, checking for damage. I discovered a unique first pressing of Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon that has water damage on the cover. I noticed her Instagram open on our shared iPad. She'd already shared a tearful selfie with the statement, "Sometimes the people you trust the most betray you." And her parents had commented with encouraging platitudes. There are already more than 40 likes. I hauled everything back inside, locked the door and searched each room for anything else missing or damaged. My first call the following morning was to a locksmith. It cost $450 to change each lock. My second stop was to the meanest divorce lawyer in town, who directed me to Mr. Turner. They truly believed this would work, that I'd simply hand over a $520,000 property I purchased with my own money to their beloved princess. Incredibly unbelievable. It has been 3 weeks since the yard incident, and things have become nasty. First and foremost, thank you for all of your comments and support on my last article. RIP, inbox. But seriously, it's comforting to know I'm not the only one who has dealt with psychotic in-laws attempting to claim stuff that isn't theirs. I met with my lawyer, Mr. Turner, a smart, focused ex-military man who doesn't take crap from anyone. His workspace exudes a minimalist aura that says, "I will destroy your enemies without using a single threatening word." I laid out the entire story. Documentation in hand, deed, mortgage, and tax bills, all predate Vanessa, and are wholly mine. I've been paying $2,250 each month for the mortgage for years, while she has contributed exactly zero. She never offered to help pay for property taxes or home insurance. He reaffirmed my position with kick-ass confidence. The home is a distinct property. This concludes the conversation. Legally, Vanessa could have a theoretical claim to a small slice of appreciation if she could demonstrate significant direct contribution, which Turner claimed was about as possible as me becoming the next Batman. Based on the information I gave, I paid for everything significant: mortgage, property taxes, homeowner's insurance, and any repairs. When the water heater failed, I lost $1,300. When we needed a new refrigerator, I paid $2,200. It cost me a $5,000 fee, but seeing Turner organize the legal smackdown was well worth it. The man literally took notes in what appeared to be military shorthand, nodding sometimes with a little predatory smirk. He began drafting the divorce petition immediately, alleging irreconcilable differences, but providing a factual narrative of the lawn event to contextualize her behavior. "We are identifying a pattern of entitlement and attempted property theft," he explained with a small smile, which gave me chills. Judges dislike seeing this type of behavior. The harassment did not end. It simply mutated into a multi-headed hydra of gibberish. Continuous calls at all hours. Caller ID is my pal. I'd wake up with 17 missed calls from various numbers, all of which turned out to be them. Text messages ranged from Linda's all-caps threats. "No one treats my daughter this way. We have friends in this town," to Robert's attempts at manipulation. "Think of the good times. Oliver, don't throw it all away. We can work something out where everyone wins." Translation: where they win. Vanessa's pitiful plea. "Oliver, please talk to me. I miss you. I didn't mean for it to go this far. Mom and Dad just want what's best for me. I need some of my things." Then Julia, Vanessa's 38-year-old sister, joined the fray. For context, Julia has always considered herself the family fixer, but she is actually the family bully. She was the one who informed me at Thanksgiving that I shouldn't expect to be treated like family until I proved myself worthy, whatever that meant. She began by sending false lovely texts. "Oliver, honey, you need to talk to Sophie. This is tearing her apart. She's lost 5 pounds from stress." Meanwhile, Vanessa's Instagram showed her out for brunch with pals, looking good, sipping mimosas and smiling. When I ignored those, the claws emerged. Angry greetings. "You gutless coward. Answer the phone. Who do you think you are? Do you know what this is doing to my parents? They're devastated. Vanessa is a wreck. You always were selfish, but this is a new low even for you." The doorbell began ringing one evening while I was on a work call regarding a key security patch. Non-stop. Ding dong, ding dong. I checked the video doorbell. Julia was furious. "She is carrying an expensive purse on her arm. I wonder who paid for that." I ignored it. Then the banging began, loud enough to vibrate the door frames. I had to mute myself during my call. Oliver. Open this damn door, you pathetic coward. You think you can just kick her out after everything? After all my family has done for you. They once brought a $7 bottle of wine to dinner and pretended they paid for my college degree. The projection was fantastic. I saved the video, called the non-emergency line, referred to the previous incident, and emailed the footage. The cops paid a visit. Officer Martinez, who deserves a medal for his patience, subsequently told me that Julia tried to convince him that I was mentally disturbed and was holding Vanessa's family antiques hostage. Julia's blatant harassment ended after what I assumed was a come-to-Jesus lecture from Officer Martinez. But I knew she wasn't done. These folks are like termites. They simply find a new way in. Psychological warfare became more nuanced. I received a fraud warning on my Amex for a $3,900 Louis Vuitton purchase that I did not make. I caught it and canceled the card. My bank sent me an alert about a stopped suspicious login attempt to my retirement accounts. I updated the passwords everywhere and used double authentication. These vultures were attempting to drain my finances. Then came a barrage of junk mail for Vanessa at my address. Bridal magazines, we are getting divorced, parenting catalogs, we have no children. She constantly said she wasn't prepared. Credit card offers abound. Turner added that this was most likely an attempt to establish residency or build a paper trail, making it appear as if she still lived here. I marked everything, returned to sender. Address no longer resides here, and threw it away. Robert and Linda began with slow, frightening drive-bys of the house in their BMW X5, financed according to my neighbor who works at the dealership. Then Robert escalated, slowing down while I was mowing the lawn and shouted, "Enjoy it while you can. You'll be in an apartment soon." Before rushing away, it felt like something from a horrible movie. I invested $1,200 on a full security system that included 4 high-definition cameras monitoring every angle of my property. Best investment ever. The disinformation campaign became nuclear. My brother Michael called, claiming Julia had attacked him at work, launching into a diatribe about how I was unstable, abusive, controlling, and had dumped Vanessa destitute after allegedly having an affair with a coworker. Michael not only knows me, but he has witnessed Vanessa draining my accounts for girls' excursions to Vegas, only to cry when I requested receipts. He vented to Julia. "I've watched your sister spend his money for years while contributing nothing, so forgive me if I don't believe a word you're saying. They're clearly trying to poison anyone who might support me." I received a text from Claire, Vanessa's cousin, who is quietly sympathetic because Vanessa once took her lover. That blew my head. Linda was surrounding relatives at a family meal 3 weeks before the yard incident, bragging about how they were handling things and getting Vanessa the house she deserved. Oliver doesn't realize it yet, but that house will be Vanessa's by summer. Robert has everything planned out. The pre-planning was confirmed. This was a premeditated attack from the start. Vanessa engaged the most ambulance-chasing divorce lawyer in town. Her internet evaluations contain complaints about exaggerated bills. She sent Turner a formal demand letter requesting 80% of the house's current value, $520,000, so $416,000 to her, $7,800 per month in spousal support, more than I actually make after taxes, all furniture in the house, including items I owned before marriage, my car, which is paid off, unlike hers, my retirement account's worth approximately $180,000, which I've been building since before I met her, and my payment of her legal fees, apparently already at $15,000. The balls are on these individuals. Simply incredible amounts of entitlement. Turner's response was very cold. He did not simply send a letter. He convened a conference with her lawyer, filmed it with her agreement, and meticulously deconstructed each claim while citing pertinent case law. He repeated the house's non-negotiable separate property status. CC'd the deed again, cited the police records on the eviction attempt and Julia's harassment, and declared that spousal support was out of the question given her behavior and our brief marriage. The best part, Turner had completed his homework. He obtained Vanessa's credit report, legal during divorce procedures, and discovered that she had acquired 3 new credit cards in the 2 months preceding the lawn incident, maxed them all out. $37,000 total, and made minimal payments from our joint account. He showed proof that she had been preparing this for months, gradually depleting common resources while plotting to seize my separate property. This pattern of financial behavior, Turner told her lawyer, will be presented to the court as evidence of premeditated attempts to defraud Mr. My last name, prior to a planned attempt to seize his separate property. The lawyer's face appeared to become white. Turner agreed to consider the split of actual marital assets, such as joint funds. But only once the housing issue was officially resolved and we got a complete accounting of where the $37,000 credit card debt went. I blocked all of their numbers. Lawyers handle all communication these days. This is stressful, I won't lie. Some nights I don't sleep well, staring at the ceiling and wondering how someone I've shared a bed with for 3 years could do this. But every outrageous demand, every botched stunt only strengthens my resolve. They expected me to crumble. A big mistake. They assumed they were dealing with a pushover who would abandon his home to avoid conflict. Instead, they discovered I'm the type of guy who will spend his last dollar to ensure justice is served. Guys, it's about to be served hot. Get some popcorn for this one. It's finished. Finally, everything is completed and officially done. The divorce is finalized. The penalties for Team Gold Digger are biblical. The last few months have been a legal circus, but Turner, my lawyer, was well worth his $375 hourly charge. Julia, Vanessa's sister, tried one final stunt after being shut down by my workplace's HR for sending harassing letters claiming I was emotionally abusive, which Turner documented. She created a false Instagram profile using my name and images, posted racist content, and DM'd our mutual acquaintances saying I was on drugs. It resulted in a temporary headache. When a screenshot was shared, I had to explain it to my employer, but it was awkward and evident. Turner issued a cease and desist letter, threatening criminal penalties for identity theft. We reported the profile. It was nuked. That seems to finally hush Julia. Linda and Robert continued their sympathy tour, telling anybody who would listen that I was financially abusing their daughter by not giving her my home. However, it lost pace when people discovered these so-called upstanding folks were essentially attempting to perpetrate real estate fraud. When mutual friends saw the police body cam film of them being taken off my house, their narrative of the abusive husband pushing out poor Vanessa fell apart. Yeah. Turner subpoenaed that. Absolute boss move. The legal procedure slowed as Vanessa's lawyer, some ambulance chaser Robert discovered, filed motion after motion. Requests for discovery, in which Vanessa was unable to produce a single document confirming her financial contribution to the residence. Conference scheduling. Her lawyer continued to press for mediation focusing on the house. Turner shut it down every time with 3 simple words. Separate premarital assets. Finally, in a pre-trial settlement conference, confronted with no legal standing on the property, documented harassment, and the court basically signaling, "Stop wasting my time," Vanessa's counsel advised her to cut her losses. The revenge is legal, pecuniary, and served cold. This is where it gets good. The divorce decree was painfully simple as Turner predicted from the beginning. The residents validated my separate premarital property. There is no equity split, there is no buyout, off the table. Spousal support was rejected. The justification noted the short time of the marriage, recorded wrongdoing, the lawn incident, harassment, and assets. We shared the joint savings, which totaled $12,000 and was primarily my money. She receives her own belongings. That is it. But here's the cherry on top. Turner discovered that Robert had loaned Vanessa $65,000 during the previous year, which explains her odd shopping sprees and her new boob job, which I apparently did not appreciate enough. Turner successfully claimed that this was an attempt to hide and deplete marital assets. Because these transfers occurred when our marriage was suffering, the judge agreed and ordered Vanessa to refund me $32,500, half of the total, from her portion of our assets. Vanessa contacted me sobbing after the ruling. It turns out that Daddy's loan wasn't actually a present. Robert expected to be paid back from the house money they were confident they would receive from me. She now owes him $65,000 and me $32,500. Has no job. She quit her administrative work in March, thinking she'd be set for life, and Robert and Linda are outraged. Here's where things get even better. Remember the fancy clothes and jewelry Vanessa kept buying? Turner suggested that I get an inventory of stuff purchased throughout our marriage. Anything I bought with my married salary is technically marital property. I received half the worth of her Cartier bracelets, Louis Vuitton luggage, and whole Sephora collection, total worth to me, $18,000. It was wonderful to see her expression when she discovered how much her shopping addiction had cost her. The trouble with your belongings. Vanessa refused requests to pick up her belongings for weeks, possibly believing she would be moving back in. Turner recommended skilled packing and storage to avoid allegations of damage. I paid the original storage expenses up advance to get her crap out of my house. She declined to pay the recurring storage expenses. I allowed the unit to be auctioned after providing adequate legal notice. Someone purchased her treasured collection of designer shoes for $350. It's not fun to be her. The financial collapse. Absolute perfection. Vanessa's credit is ruined because she maxed out all of her credit cards. Linda and Robert co-signed a lease for a $3,800 per month luxury apartment for her, relying on the house payment. Vanessa now has no employment and owes nearly $100,000, forcing Linda and Robert to fund her rent. My friend who works at Robert's bank, yeah, I know, small world, told me privately that Robert needed to take out a HELOC on his own home to fund their quickly rising bills. Then last week, the begging began. First of all, Vanessa. Oliver, please, I'm desperate. My parents are going to kick me out. I have nowhere to go. I made a terrible mistake listening to them. Can we please talk? I still love you. Then, unbelievably, Robert called from a blocked number. Look, we may have overstepped. Perhaps we can work out an arrangement. Vanessa is really struggling. Translation. Assist us in cleaning up the mess we created. Linda sent me an email, which served as the ultimate humiliation. Oliver, I know we've had our disagreements, but Vanessa is in a very bad place right now. Perhaps we could meet for coffee and discuss how to move forward in a way that benefits everyone. Robert and I are willing to be reasonable. This from the woman who called me worthless and attempted to steal my house. I forwarded all messages to Turner, who responded with an official letter stating that any additional contact would constitute harassment and result in a restraining order. He provided copies of the original police report, which showed them attempting to illegally evict me, as a pleasant reminder. They are absolutely secluded. My buddies, who had initially remained impartial, eventually apologized after seeing the facts. Vanessa's pals discovered that she was using them for free dinners and weekend crash pads and cut her off. They attempted to organize a fundraising for her legal bills. 3 individuals arrived, including Julia. How am I doing? Absolutely fantastic. I upgraded my gaming PC with the money I saved instead of funding her buying habit. I shed 15 pounds of stress weight. I was promoted at work. It turns out that focusing on your career rather than dealing with entitled in-laws has advantages. I purchased a German Shepherd puppy named Justice. I went there. I began dating a corporate attorney who believes Vanessa and her dad committed textbook real estate fraud and were borderline criminals. The house feels like mine again. I painted the living room the color Vanessa despised, transformed her meditation room, which she only used twice, into a functional home office, and built the garish hot tub she complained about in the rear. They attempted to take everything. They ended up with crippling debt, strained relationships, and a lasting record of attempted fraud. I have my house, my sanity, and the joy of knowing that every time they see a BMW like mine driving by, they are reminded of how badly their scheme failed. Justice is more than simply a name for my dog. It's what happens when entitled people play around and find out. Sister said I was selfish for leaving. Years later, she's overwhelmed and begs me to return, after realizing I raised her kids better than she could. My name is Kevin, and if someone had told me 10 years ago that I'd be living across the country from my family, entirely estranged from them, I would have laughed. Not because it appeared impossible, but because I couldn't picture a life in which I wasn't continuously required, available, and responsible for everyone else's children. I was the middle child in a family of 5 children. Rachel was 3 years older and living her life carefree. The twins, Liam and Lily, were 8 years old, and Noah, their baby brother, was just 5. My parents worked difficult professions, mom as a nurse working 12-hour shifts, and dad as a supervisor with variable hours. Looking back, I can see how things started. It wasn't malicious, just convenient. Rachel had a mall job, boyfriend, and social life. I was quiet, responsible, and seemed to have nothing else to do than babysit when needed. Kevin, can you keep an eye on the kids while I run to the store? Turned into, Kevin, I'll be back in a few hours. Which ultimately evolved into, Kevin, you're in charge until we get home. There was no conversation, no question about whether I had plans, only assumption. I understood how deep I was in this hole around junior year. I was in the library working on a college application essay when my phone rang. Kevin, honey, I need you to pick up the twins. Mrs. Henderson called in sick, so there's no after-school care today. I glanced at my half-finished essay. But Mom, I'm working on college stuff. Can't Rachel? Rachel has work. You know that. The twins are waiting. I packed and drove to primary school. The twins piled into the back seat of the beat-up Honda my parents let me drive for family emergencies, which evidently included any time they required chauffeur service. That became a pattern. School, then promptly pick up children, assist with homework, prepare snacks, break up conflicts, manage baths, and read bedtime stories. By the time my folks arrived home around 8 or 9, I was exhausted. Thanks, sweetie. Mom would reply before heading upstairs. Dad would brush my hair and say, "You're such a lifesaver. I don't know what we'd do without you, kiddo." No remuneration, no recognition that I had just finished a 6-hour nanny shift. There was no awareness that I could have had plans, assignments, or a life of my own. Meanwhile, Rachel saved money for college through retail, went to parties, met guys, and had the typical adolescent experience that I was supposedly too responsible to have. When I mentioned it, Mom just sighed. "Rachel's different, Kevin. She's not as mature as you are. We know we can count on you." Translation: Rachel can be young and careless, but you are the dependable one, thus you can be a grown-up at the age of 17. When Rachel departed for college, there was no conversation about dispersing responsibilities. Instead, it was assumed that I would fill the void. The senior year became a whirl of squandered opportunities. Noah got the sick, and Mom was working doubles, so he couldn't join clubs, do SAT prep, or attend homecoming. "There will be other dances," she announced. "Family comes first." I returned my dress clothes and went grocery shopping instead. My guidance counselor began drawing me away. "Your grades are good, but colleges want well-rounded applicants." I wanted to say that I was well-rounded. I could change diapers, help with calculus, referee conflicts, and cook for 5 people in one afternoon. However, professional unpaid nanny was probably not what admissions committees wanted. Noah knocked on my door one night when I was filling out applications for local schools. He was holding his one-eyed pet elephant. "Kevin, I can't sleep. Can you read me a story?" I looked at the application and then at his optimistic expression. "Sure, buddy." As I tucked him up and read Dr. Seuss for the umpteenth time, I noticed something that made my chest tighten. I truly and deeply love these children. But somewhere along the way, love morphed into obligation, and obligation into a cage. The tipping point occurred in February of my senior year. Rachel called home in tears. She'd failed 2 classes and been placed on academic probation. She needed to return home to straighten things out, which meant relocating to her old room and having Mom and Dad support her while she worked at the mall again. I was preparing after-school snacks for the twins on the day she returned, laden with suitcases and dorm decorations. She put her belongings in the living room and looked about. "God, this place is a mess," she exclaimed. "What happened to keeping things clean?" I asked, pointing to Liam assembling Legos and Lily completing homework surrounded by art supplies. "Kids happened. Kids that someone has to watch." Rachel shrugged. "Well, now that I'm back, maybe I can help out sometimes." Sometimes. The word hung in the air like a promise no one meant to keep. That weekend, Mom asked me to monitor everyone while they took Rachel out to supper to discuss her future plans. I spent Saturday evening assisting with homework, settling twin fights, and establishing bedtime rituals. They arrived home after 10 o'clock, giggling at something Rachel had said. "Oh, and Kevin." Mom turned to me as she walked upstairs. "Rachel needs the car tomorrow for job hunting. You'll have to find another way to get to school." I looked at her disappearing form. Rachel had only been home for a week, and she was already taking over the car I'd used for 2 years of kid transportation. However, it appears that her job search took precedence over my transportation to school. That night, I was unable to sleep. I opened my laptop and searched for full scholarships out of state. Most deadlines had passed, but one piqued my interest. The Morrison Foundation Scholarship for Youngsters Who Exhibit Outstanding Perseverance. Deadline: March 15th. It was February 28th. The essay prompt is: describe a struggle you overcame and how it prepared you for college achievement. I gazed at the blank document before starting to type. For the past 3 years, I've been the primary caregiver for my 3 younger siblings while keeping a 3.8 GPA. I wrote for 3 hours about missed opportunities and late-night homework sessions, budget-friendly meals and calming nightmares, love and contempt, and the difficult line between being wanted and being taken for granted. The Morrison Foundation provided full tuition, lodging, and board at 12 member universities. I applied to all 12, including ones across the nation that I had never truly considered. Then I waited. March and April were spent in standardized babysitting routines. Rachel assisted with children precisely twice. College rejections piled up. My local state institution accepted me with partial scholarships. Nothing that would allow me to genuinely depart. On a Thursday in late April, I received the call. My phone rang when I was making mac and cheese and assisting Lily with her math homework. Unknown number. "Hello? Hi, is this Kevin Mitchell? This is Dr. Carter Kim from the Morrison Foundation. I'm calling with wonderful news. I almost dropped the wooden spoon. Lily glanced up, sensing something significant. You've been selected as one of this year's Morrison Scholars. Congratulations, Kevin. Your essay was extraordinary. The kitchen floor was swaying. What? Full scholarship to your first choice school, Portland State University in Oregon. 4 years, full tuition, room, board, and a stipend for books. Oregon is 3,000 miles away. A place where no one recognized me as the person who babysat his siblings. You deserve it. Your resilience and maturity shone through every line. After I hung up, Lily tugged on my shirt. Kevin, who was that? You look funny. I got into college. I got a full scholarship to college. That evening when my parents arrived home, I informed them about the scholarship. I expected joy, congratulations, and possibly pride. Instead, I experienced perplexity. Oregon? Mom asked, as if I'd declared I was relocating to Mars. But why Oregon? There are perfectly good schools here. It's a full scholarship, Mom. Full ride. Dad frowned. But what about the kids? Rachel's still getting back on her feet. We can't handle everything without you. I stared at him. I'm 18 years old, Dad. I'm supposed to go to college. Of course, Mom replied swiftly. We're just saying maybe somewhere closer, somewhere you could come home on weekends, somewhere you could still be on call for babysitting duty. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Morrison Foundation only gives out 20 scholarships nationwide each year. Rachel, looking through her phone, looked up. I think it's kind of selfish, honestly. The word landed like a smack. Selfish. You know Mom and Dad need help with the kids. You know I'm trying to get my life together. This feels like you're abandoning everyone because you got some fancy scholarship. Something broke inside my chest. Abandoning. I had spent 3 years raising children who were not mine. I had missed school dances, SAT prep, and other typical adolescent activities because I was here caring for everyone else's children. How is finally doing something for myself abandoning anyone? We never forced you, Mom responded, her tone becoming more lecture-like. You're part of this family, and family members help each other. Help each other. When was the last time someone assisted me? We nourished you, clothed you, placed a roof over your head, your dad remarked. Everything you did was for Rachel and Liam and Lily and Noah. You were just the unpaid help. The room fell silent, except for Noah, who was playing with toys, oblivious to the stress. Finally Mom spoke, her voice frigid. If that's how you feel, Kevin, maybe you should go to Oregon. But don't expect us to pretend we're happy about you abandoning your family. Fine, I replied gently. I'll go to Oregon. And since I'm abandoning everyone anyway, I guess you'll figure out childcare on your own. I went upstairs and closed the door. For the first time in years, I did not ask whether anyone needed assistance with homework or goodnight reading. The following few weeks were Arctic. Mom spoke to me in short, icy sentences when absolutely necessary. Dad attempted to play peacemaker once or twice, proposing that I could compromise by attending a school closer to home, but when I refused, he gave up and joined the silent treatment. Rachel appeared almost pleased about the entire scenario. With me in disgrace, she suddenly seemed like the decent daughter in comparison. She even volunteered to help with the kids on a few occasions, ensuring that Mom and Dad saw her reading to Noah or assisting Lily with spelling words. See, I heard her tell Mom one evening. I told you I could help out more. Kevin always acted like he was the only one who could do anything around here. The twins, Liam and Lily, were perplexed by the tension, but wise enough to remain out of it. Noah, at the age of 5, just understood that everyone appeared upset and that Kevin was no longer reading him goodnight tales. I spent those weeks planning my escape. I learned everything I could about Portland State, Oregon, and being a college student 3,000 miles from home. I applied for a campus job and researched student groups that I might want to join. I began purchasing necessities for my dorm room with money I had saved from my part-time work at the local grocery store. 2 weeks before graduation, Mom cornered me in the kitchen. Kevin, this has gone on long enough. You're being ridiculous. I continued making my lunch without looking up. I'm being ridiculous? Yes. This whole Oregon thing is a tantrum. You're upset about some imagined slight, and you're punishing all of us for it. I put down the knife I was using to spread peanut butter and finally looked at her. Mom, in the past 3 years, how many school events of mine have you attended? She blinked. What does that have to do with anything? How many? I've been to plenty of your events. Name one. Silence. I made honor roll every semester for 3 years. I was in the National Honor Society. I gave a speech at the academic awards ceremony. I was selected for the peer tutoring program. You missed all of it because you were working, or because someone needed to watch the kids. Kevin, you know how demanding my job is. You went to every single one of Rachel's volleyball games. You went to her homecoming dance pictures. You threw her a party when she got accepted to college, even though her grades were terrible. Mother's face reddened. That's different. How? Rachel needed more support. She wasn't as naturally responsible as you. So I got punished for being responsible by being given more responsibility. And Rachel got rewarded for being irresponsible by having her responsibilities taken care of for her. It's not punishment, Kevin. It's family. No, Mom. Family is when everyone contributes. Family is when parents take care of their children instead of making one child take care of the others. Family is when a teenager gets to be a teenager instead of being a built-in babysitter. I picked up my sandwich and walked up the stairs. Where are you going? Mom called after me. To my room to work on scholarship paperwork, for the opportunity I'm being selfish about by accepting. Graduation day felt awkward and anxious. My parents came because not attending would have looked awful to the other parents, but they sat stiffly during the ceremony and then left without proposing we go out to celebrate. Rachel, who was working at the mall that day, greeted us at home later. How was graduation? She inquired, not glancing up from her phone. Fine, I said. Cool. That was the extent to which my family acknowledged my high school graduation. 3 days later, Mom discovered me putting boxes in my room. You're really doing this, she stated. It was not a question. Yes. We've decided that if you go to Oregon, you shouldn't expect to come back here for holidays or summers. If you want to abandon your family, then you're on your own. I glanced up from the box of books I was packing. Are you disowning me? We're not disowning you. We're just making it clear that if you choose to leave, you can't expect us to welcome you back when it's convenient for you. So, you're disowning me? Mom's mouth constricted. Think of it however you want, Kevin, but don't come crying to us when you realize how hard it is to make it on your own. The morning I went for Portland, just Noah came downstairs to say goodbye. He was still wearing his pajamas and clutching his toy elephant. Are you coming back? He inquired, his 5-year-old expression serious. I kneeled down to his level. I don't know, buddy, but I'll miss you. He hugged me tightly, and for a moment, I considered changing my decision. Almost. But then I remembered that, as much as I adore Noah's hugs, they were not worth jeopardizing my entire future. Take care of yourself, okay? Be good for Mom and Dad. He nodded earnestly, as if I had given him an important duty. I packed my car with everything important to me and drove away from the house where I'd spent the last 18 years caring for everyone. In the rearview mirror, I saw Noah standing in the doorway, waving in his dinosaur pajamas. Portland exceeded all of my expectations. My dorm room was small, but it was mine. My roommate Matt came from California and had no knowledge of my family or my reputation as the responsible one. To him, I was just Kevin, a freshman psychology major who was interested in child development. The irony was not lost on me. For the first time in years, I had full control over my schedule. Classes, study time, meals when I wanted to eat them, and sleep when I was genuinely weary, not when the last child had gone to bed. I joined the psychology club and started tutoring at a local elementary school. I made friends who knew me for being funny, smart, and shockingly good at beer pong, rather than the man who had to leave early to babysit. I contacted home twice during my first semester. Both times, whoever responded was nice but distant. Yes, everyone was okay. Yes, they'd made plans for the children. There was no genuine news to report. I stopped calling. The Morrison Foundation grant included a mentorship program, and I was assigned to Dr. Elaine Carter, a psychology professor with expertise in family dynamics and child development. During our monthly coffee meetings, Mary assisted me in processing not only my academic ambitions but also the complex emotions I felt concerning my family. It's normal to feel guilty, she explained during one of our meetings. You were parentified as a child, forced to take on adult responsibilities before you were ready. When parentified children finally set boundaries, they often struggle with feelings of guilt and abandonment, even though they're the ones who were originally abandoned by their parents. But I did abandon them, I said. The kids needed help, and I left. The kids needed their parents to figure out appropriate childcare, not to continue relying on their older son to sacrifice his future. You modeled something important for them, that it's okay to prioritize your own well-being, and that adults should be responsible for their own choices. It took 2 years of treatment and numerous sessions with Dr. Carter before I realized that quitting had not been selfish. It had been survival. By junior year, I was thriving. I had a 3.9 GPA, a part-time job as a research assistant, and a girlfriend named Grace who thought my childhood memories were sad and out of the ordinary. I was applying to graduate school programs in child psychology, motivated by my own experiences but now able to perceive them through a professional rather than personal lens. I had established a life in Portland. I had friends, teachers who recognized my name and potential, internship prospects, and a sense of self as an individual rather than just an extension of my family's demands. For the first time in my life, I was content. Then, one Tuesday evening in October of my junior year, my phone rang. I almost didn't respond. I didn't recognize the number, but something compelled me to take it up. "Hello, Kevin. It's Rachel." I sat down on my dorm bed. I hadn't spoken to my sister in over 2 years. "Hi," I said cautiously. "Hi. How are you?" "I'm fine. How are you?" There was a pause. "I'm well. I'm pregnant." I waited for her to proceed. "And I'm no longer with my father, and I'm living at home with Mom and Dad." Her voice trembled. "Kevin, I don't know how you did it. I can't handle the twins and Noah and everything, and now I'm going to have a baby, and I don't know what to do." The irony was astounding. Rachel, who had labeled me selfish for leaving, was now seeing just how much effort I'd been doing all these years. "Have you talked to Mom and Dad about getting help?" I asked them. "They're working even more hours now. Dad got laid off last year and had to take a job at a different plant with worse pay, so Mom picked up extra shifts. They're barely home, and when they are, they're exhausted." "What about professional childcare?" Rachel laughed, but it sounded like tears. "With what money? Do you know how much daycare costs for 3 kids? Even if we could find someone to take Noah after school and watch the twins all summer, we can't afford it." I felt the old familiar tug of remorse and obligation. She was continuing talking about my siblings. Noah was 7 now, and the twins were 10. They were children, and they needed to be cared for. But then I remembered Dr. Carter, and all our discussions about limits, enabling, and the distinction between assisting and fixing. I reflected on my life in Portland, the graduate school applications on my desk, and the research project I was working on, which could lead to publication. "Rachel, I'm sorry you're struggling, but I can't come back." "I'm not asking you to come back permanently," she replied hurriedly. "Just for a while, just until I figure things out, just until the baby comes and I can get back on my feet." "And then what?" "You'll be a single mother with 4 kids to take care of instead of 3. How is that going to be easier?" "Kevin, please. I'm desperate. I was wrong before. I know I was wrong. You weren't selfish. I get it now. I'm sorry." I had been waiting for an apology for years, but it came at the worst possible time and for the wrong reasons. "Rachel, me coming back won't solve the problem. It will just enable everyone to avoid solving it themselves. Mom and Dad need to figure out sustainable childcare arrangements. You need to figure out your situation with the baby. The twins and Noah need stability that doesn't depend on whether or not I'm available to provide it." "So, you're just going to let your family fall apart?" There it was. The manipulation I was expecting. Even though I lived 3,000 miles away, I was responsible for my family's troubles. "My family fell apart years ago," I answered gently. "When parents decided that one child's future was less important than their convenience. When you called me selfish for accepting an opportunity that could change my entire life. When I was disowned for refusing to sacrifice my education to be your permanent babysitter." Rachel was crying now. "Kevin, please. I know we messed up, but we need you. You need help. You don't need me specifically. There are resources, Rachel. Look into state programs for single mothers. Look into sliding scale childcare. Look into family support services. But don't call me asking to resume a role that nearly destroyed me. I don't know how to do any of that." "Then learn." The same way I learned how to take care of 3 kids when I was barely older than Liam and Lily are now. The same way I learned to fill out college applications while working essentially full-time as a nanny. The same way I learned to build a life for myself without any support from the people who were supposed to love me unconditionally. After I hung up, I sat in my dorm room for quite some time. My roommate was at his girlfriend's apartment, so I had some alone time to contemplate what had just happened. Part of me wanted to buy a plane ticket home. The part of me that had been trained since childhood to solve everyone else's issues and to put my own wants aside for the sake of the family. But a greater part of me, the one that had grown stronger over the previous 3 years, realized that returning would solve nothing and cost me everything. I called Dr. Carter instead. "Kevin," she replied, her voice filled with anxiety as I told her about Rachel's call. "How are you feeling?" "Guilty and angry and relieved. I think relieved that I'm not there, that it's not my problem to solve this time." "That's growth," she joked. "Recognizing that you can care about people without being responsible for their problems." The calls persisted for several months, first from Rachel, then Mom, and then from Dad. Always the same subject. Things were challenging, they needed aid. Couldn't I just come back for a short while? The guilt was unbearable at times. I'd lie awake at night worrying if Noah was doing well in school, if the twins were getting help with their homework, and if Rachel was taking care of herself while pregnant. But I remained firm about my boundaries. Rachel gave birth to a baby girl named Grace in December. Mom texted me a single snapshot. "She's gorgeous. We are all doing nicely." When I glanced at the image of my niece, a tiny red-faced infant with dark hair, I felt a complex range of emotions. Love since she was family, and completely innocent in all of this. I was sad since I missed her first moments, relief that her existence was not my responsibility. I said simply, "Congratulations, she's gorgeous." That was the only direct connection I had with my family in nearly 2 years. My bachelor's degree in psychology was completed successfully. I got accepted to the University of Washington's PhD program in developmental psychology, with an emphasis on family systems and child welfare. I moved to Seattle, rented a little apartment, and began researching. My research examined the long-term impacts of parentification on child development. I interviewed scores of young adults who had been forced to take on parental obligations as children, documenting the effects on their academic performance, mental health, and relationships. It was personal work disguised as academic research, and it was the most important thing I had ever done. Through my investigation, I met other people who had similar experiences. I was not alone. I was not crazy. I was not selfish. I was part of a more prevalent pattern than most people understood, and I was working to document it and find ways to heal from it. My phone rang on a Wednesday afternoon, 5 years after I left for Portland and 6 months after defending my dissertation. Another unknown number, this time from my home area code. I responded without thinking. "Kevin." "Oh, thank God. It's Dad." I hadn't heard my father's voice for years. He sounded elderly and exhausted. "Hi, Dad. Kevin, we need to talk. Are you free?" I was in the middle of evaluating data from a research on trauma-informed childcare practices, but something in his tone made me stop. "I can talk for a few minutes. What's going on?" "It's your mother. She had a stroke last month. She's not doing well, Kevin. She's in a rehabilitation facility, but the costs, and someone needs to coordinate her care. And Rachel's overwhelmed with the baby. And Noah's having problems at school." He was rambling, the words spilling out as if he had been holding them back for weeks. "Dad, slow down. How bad was the stroke?" "She lost some mobility on her left side. Her speech is affected. She's going to need ongoing therapy and probably long-term care assistance." "I'm sorry. That must be really difficult." There was a pause. "Kevin, I know we haven't talked in a long time. I know things ended badly between us, but we need help. Rachel can't manage everything, and I'm working 2 jobs just to keep up with the medical bills. The twins are in middle school now, and Noah's struggling." "And what are you asking me, Dad? Could you come home just for a while? Just to help us figure out what to do?" The old familiar request. The old familiar idea that my life was malleable, that my priorities were secondary, and that my value to the family was as a solver of problems I hadn't caused. This time, though, things were different. This time, I had 5 years of distance, a PhD, a career, and most crucially, a strong understanding of my identity, outside of my family position. "Dad, I'm sorry about Mom. I really am, and I'm sorry you're all struggling, but I can't come back. Kevin, please. I know we made mistakes. You disowned me. Mom told me I was selfish for accepting a full scholarship to college. None of you spoke to me for 5 years. You don't get to call me now and ask me to fix problems that were building long before Mom's stroke. That's not. We didn't disown you. We were hurt that you left. You were hurt that I stopped being your free child care." Silence. "Dad, I love you. I love Mom. I love all my siblings. But loving someone doesn't mean sacrificing your life for them. Especially when they've made it clear that your life doesn't matter to them. Your life does matter to us. Then why didn't it matter 5 years ago? Why didn't anyone care that I was missing out on normal teenage experiences to be a full-time babysitter? Why didn't anyone care that I was passing up local colleges to get an opportunity that could change my entire future? Why didn't anyone support me when I finally tried to build something for myself? We were scared. We didn't know how we'd manage without you. It was the first time anyone in my family had been honest with me in years. Dad, that was your problem to solve, not mine. I was a kid. Kids shouldn't have to manage their parents' inability to handle their responsibilities. We know that now, Rachel told us. She told us how hard it was. She couldn't do it even for a few months. She said she doesn't know how you managed for years. I felt a flash of affirmation, followed by grief. It took my family 5 years and a crisis to realize what I had been attempting to tell them all along. I'm glad Rachel understands now. But Dad, I can't fix this. I have a life here. I have a career, research commitments, responsibilities of my own. I can't just drop everything and come back to being the family problem solver. What are we supposed to do? What millions of families do when they face medical crisis? You research resources, you contact social services, you look into respite care and home health aides. You figure out sustainable solutions that don't depend on one person sacrificing their life. We don't know how to do that. Then you learn. The same way I learned to take care of kids when I was 17. The same way I learned to navigate college applications and scholarships and building a career without any support from my family. After I hung up, I sat in my hospital office for quite some time. Through the glass, I could see parents bringing their children to appointments, worried, optimistic, and fatigued expressions. They were all trying to do their best for their children given the situation. I reflected on my research, on all of the families I'd studied who had discovered ways to heal from dysfunctional patterns and establish healthier dynamics. It was conceivable, but everyone involved had to be willing to adapt, to abandon old roles and adopt new ways of communicating. My phone vibrated with a text from Rachel. Dad said you wouldn't come home. I understand why, but could we please talk? I glanced at the message for a moment before typing back. I'm willing to chat, but not about my return home. If you wish to talk about resources for mom's care or child care choices, I can help you research them. Her reaction arrived immediately. That might be helpful. I am drowning, Kevin. I never recognized how much you accomplished. Over the next 3 weeks, Rachel and I had several lengthy phone chats, not about my return, but about real solutions to the family's issues. I assisted her in researching state services for families dealing with medical crises. I discovered information about sliding scale childcare, after-school programs, and respite care options. I even connected them with social professionals who specialize in assisting families with challenging care circumstances. My family gradually developed a sustainable system. Mom transferred from the rehabilitation facility to a smaller care facility closer to her house. Dad cut his hours at one of his jobs to help manage her care and spend more time with the younger children. Rachel got a part-time job with flexible hours and enrolled Grace in a daycare that charged sliding scale rates. It was not simple for them, and it wasn't ideal, but it was effective. Most significantly, it did not require me to sacrifice my life. 6 months after Dad's call, Mom was able to return home with the help of a part-time assistant. Her speech had greatly improved, and while she still had movement issues, she was stable. Noah was doing better in school after receiving tutoring and more constant home support. The twins had adapted to their new routines. Rachel contacted me one Saturday evening in spring. "How's everyone doing?" I inquired. "Better," she replied. "Really better. Mom's getting stronger every week. Noah made honor roll this semester. Liam and Lily are both playing soccer now." "That's wonderful. Kevin, I owe you an apology, a real one. I waited. When you left for college, I was jealous. I was jealous that you got this amazing opportunity and I was stuck at home dealing with my failures. And I was terrified because I knew that once you were gone, I'd have to step up, and I didn't think I could do it." Rachel, no. Let me finish. I called you selfish because it was easier than admitting that I was the selfish one. I had been letting you carry all the responsibility while I got to be the irresponsible older sister. When you left, I realized how much work you'd been doing, how much you'd been sacrificing. She paused, and I heard her trembling breath. "I tried to take over for a few months when I got pregnant, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't handle what you'd been handling since you were 15 years old. And instead of recognizing that you were amazing, I was resentful that you weren't there to keep doing it. Thank you for saying that, I replied softly. I'm proud of you. I know I should have said that years ago, but I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself and for building something incredible with your life. And I'm sorry it took me so long to understand. We spoke for another hour. We talked for the first time in our adult lives. She told me about her problems with single parenthood, her concerns about being a decent parent, and her gratitude for everything I taught her during our upbringing that she had never acknowledged before. I informed her about my research, my professional objectives, and my life in Seattle. As we were winding up the call, she stated, "Would it be okay if I visited sometime? I'd love to see your life there, and I'd love for Grace to know her uncle." "I'd like that," I responded, really. A few weeks later, I received a card in the mail. Noah, now 12, wrote it in careful cursive handwriting, reminding me of when he was 5 years old and I helped him with his letters. "Dear Kevin, Dad told me you helped find the programs that allowed Mom to return home. Thank you for your assistance. Even though we were harsh to you. I miss you and hope to see you soon. I still own the elephant you mended. Love. Noah." Love for the little child who hugged me farewell in dinosaur pajamas. Grief over the years we had lost. Relief that we might be able to create something new. I do have relationships with my family members now, but they are based on choice and mutual respect, not obligation and guilt. Rachel comes to see me once a year with Grace, a bright, enthusiastic 5-year-old who refers to me as Uncle Kevin and enjoys visiting the Science Museum. Noah and I text frequently, and I've been able to assist him with college applications and scholarship essays. The twins are now adolescents, busy with sports and school activities, but they keep me updated on their life. Mom and I have video calls every few weeks. Her speech has almost fully restored. And although we've never had a lengthy chat about the past, she tells me she's pleased of what I've accomplished. Dad and I share emails regarding family news and my employment. It is not the close-knit familial relationship that other people have, but it is authentic. It is based on recognizing who we all truly are, rather than who circumstance and dysfunction have forced us to be.